Let's have the pointer, please.
Why is it? Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like the introduction, my brother introduced me, Vincent. My name is Abdul Salam Waiswa. I work with the Uganda Communications Commission, but for purpose of this presentation, I've chosen not necessarily ride on my employer's logo, because most of what I'm going to say here are my words as a professional, not necessarily the words of my employer, the Uganda Communications Commission. So not to mix the two, I chose to take this route for safety. So the mistakes you see in my presentation are mine, are not for UCC. But a good morning to you all. I've had to accept to take the stage first. I must welcome you all to this very important discussion about a subject that I'm sure touches all of us, either as company directors, as insolvency practitioners, as lawyers, in whatever capacity. This discussion, I'm sure, is handy to all of us. So you are all welcome. My presentation is about the fourth industrial revolution and what impact it could possibly have on our work as insolvency practitioners, but also as business owners. And I'm saying in the presentation that most times when we talk about 4IR, we complicate it, we make it sophisticated, we make it abstract. So in this presentation, I'll try to leave the technical aspects about it and try to bring it home and see how do we ride on this to make business sense for our businesses. The presentation will focus on briefly about the industrial revolutions, the 4IR, highlight on these 4IR technologies. I know we've talked about them, and then try to connect technology to our subject of corporate rescue. And then we'll discuss some issues about financial distress, because as we shall note, and many of you already know, financial distress is the primary trigger of corporate rescue proceedings. So because of that, we need to look at what are some of the common causes of financial distress, and some of these apply to our businesses. And then how can we use 4IR to minimize exposure to financial distress for businesses that are currently operating normally? But also we'll try to discuss how we can use 4IR technologies to save businesses that have already crossed the red line. You are an insolvency practitioner. You've been appointed to rescue a company that is indeed sick. How do we use these technologies to possibly breathe life back into this company and save it from going down the drain? We'll try to go through that. And then I will try to discuss why is it important for us to embrace the rescue culture, and then what must we do in our individual, institutional, but also governance positions or status to ensure that we facilitate the uptake of 4IR and ICTs generally. Briefly about industrial revolutions. All of us, I know, studied history somewhere, economics, we've heard about all these revolutions that have happened in the world. But primarily, we are saying that the world has gone through a number of revolutions. The most documented ones so far are three. The first industrial revolution that happened so many years ago, from 1760 to about 1840. And history has it that it started mainly in Great Britain, when innovators in England decided to begin thinking of how they can transform society from the agrarian status and operations they were operating under, using hand hoes, using sticks. How could they use the resources that were available to them at that time to power manufacturing and cause improvement in society? They did this by inventing the steam engine. and how they can use mainly water to power industries. The Industrial Revolution is highly written about, and I know many of you have heard about it, and it's documented. But when you look at the years, it took about 100 years for it to be complete. So revolutions, industrial revolutions by their nature, they don't happen in 1 year. They take a longer time. Average time is 100 years. Then we go to the second industrial revolution that mainly capitalized on the advancements that had been started during the first industrial revolution. But for them, what they did at that time was to, how do we use the infrastructure, the systems that had been invented under the first industrial revolution to power industries, to cause mass production, to assemble factories, generate more electricity, more energy, to be able to improve production in the world. And this happened over a period of time from 1970 to about 1914, just before the World War started. So it also took, you can see, a period of about 45 years when the second industrial revolution was still ongoing. And key about it is that it was not coming up with something completely new. It was riding on what was already there. Then came the third industrial revolution that is reported to have started around 1970s. And this also again capitalized on the building blocks that had been developed before. But for it brought to the world the use of computer. How could you use a computer to automate processes, to support businesses? All of us here are now using computers, laptops, phones, at your home you have desktops. All that is a product of the third industrial revolution. And these were all riding from the previous revolutions. Then it is reported that around 2016, we began transiting from the third industrial revolution to the fourth industrial revolution. This revolution, as we are going to see, is not so much well-defined at the moment. In fact, in my article that has been published, I think, in the journal, I argue that many scholars doubt that actually we are in the fourth industrial revolution. Some of them think it's still a myth. Some of them think it's just a continuation of the third industrial revolution. But that's normal. It's normal because this revolution has just started. Just 8 years ago, that's when some gentleman called Klaus Schwab, the chairman and founder of the World Economic Forum, popularized this idea of the fourth industrial revolution. It is reported that before Schwab picked it up and made it a popular phrase, some scholars in Germany and scientists had hinted on the possibility of the third industrial revolution ending and us moving into the fourth industrial revolution. But by the time they did that in Germany in 2011, they were not very clear about what it was. Then in 2016, this gentleman, Klaus Schwab, tried to now open to the world the idea of the fourth industrial revolution. Of course, at that time, it was still nascent. It wasn't very clear.
Very sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we have to stop this for now and receive our guest of honor. May I request that as she comes in, we stand to welcome her. And I believe that they are at the entrance. Kindly do stand to welcome the guest of honor. We can have the slide removed. Thank you. You are most welcome, our dear guest of honor. Before you take your seat, we would like to go through the anthems. May I request the DJ to arrange that? So may I request, as we are still standing, that Mr. Mustafa leads us in a word of prayer. Uganda is a God-fearing country, and it's only fair that we begin our conference with a word of prayer. Mr. Mustafa, please.
Our Lord, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for bringing us here together under the Insolvency Conference. We pray that you bless all what you are going to discuss, such that it benefits our country. We pray believing that always answer our prayers. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mustafa. We may take our seats. Our dear guest of honor, my name is Vincent Katutsi, and I work with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau as Director of Civil Registration. I have the honor and privilege to be the MC this morning. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you very much for finding it in your very busy schedule to join us this morning as we dialogue in our 7th Insolvency Conference, the conference that is themed Leveraging on Innovation, Innovative Insolvency Practices for Business Sustainability. As we go into the speeches, dear guest of honor, I am going to again beg that we take these seats led by the Registrar General. Registrar General, please lead our guest of honor to take the front seats, and then we proceed with the processions. The Honorable, the Third Deputy Prime Minister, it's not in my usual employment to ask a person of your caliber to move, but I'm glad that you accepted. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I am going to invite the Registrar General to welcome us here. The Registrar General is a person known to all of us, but for those who might want to know a bit of her, I'll give you just a bit of her. She is called Mase Keinobwisho. She's an advocate of the High Court, a senior lawyer by necessary implication, and of course, she's also an author. If you have been lucky to learn on one of her books, she has authored some books. She's a leader, a very celebrated leader, regionally, internationally. She's a vice president of the WIPO Assemblies, and many other portfolios that she handles. The Registrar General is also the official receiver of Uganda. May I take this singular honor to invite the Registrar General to welcome us here. Madam Registrar General.
Thank you very much, my colleague, Mr. Vincent Katusi, our in-house master or director of ceremonies. You do it so very well. Our guest of honor, the Right Honorable Rukia Nakadama, the Third Deputy Prime Minister, the Board Chairman of Uganda Registration Services Bureau, represented by His Worship, Mayor Mr. Fred Kajimu, the members of the Board of Directors of Uganda Registration Services Bureau present. I recognize Madam Jackie Kimjisha Kiza, the entire fraternity of the different professionals that are represented here, the representatives of heads of government, ministries, agencies, and departments, the entire staff of Uganda Registration Services Bureau, our distinguished speakers of today, our ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful morning, and we thank God that we are here to serve Him in our respective capacities. That's why we always start with a word of prayer and thanksgiving and giving gratitude to God for every day we wake up to serve Him. A happy Ramadan to our Muslim brothers and sisters, and a happy Lent season for the Christians. Our chief guest, Uganda Registration Services Bureau hosts an annual Insolvency Conference every year. This year we mark the 7th year where we continue to engage the different communities about how we can save and salvage the businesses. Uganda Registration Services Bureau registers all businesses in this country, and our registers date back as far as 1911. Uganda Registration Services Bureau has partnered with many government entities to do a lot of work in terms of community mobilization, in terms of supporting every sector of the economy, regarding the innovation, protecting of innovations, protecting of marriages through registrations, resolving insolvency matters, devising business rescue mechanisms, and maintaining all registers that relate to business registration, business formalization, intellectual property, the collateral or movable property, among many. And through maintaining our registers, we ensure that there's sustainability in all spaces, sustainability in terms of marriage, sustainability in terms of business transactions, sustainability in terms of legal existence of these different aspects of registration that I have mentioned. Through our role, we have collected non-tax revenue. When we compare with 2011, where we used to collect 5 billion per financial year, Honorable Chief Guest, now URSB is at the 77 billion mark. We collect 77 billion, and this financial year we have a target of 87 billion. The next financial year, 100 billion, and we have the capacity to collect it as long as we reach out to the communities that have not complied with the registration requirements. We have a number of stations within our country. We're in regional spaces, we are online, and the most recent innovation was the online business registration system, which enables anyone around the world to register. Yes, we still have some challenges sometimes with the networks and integration issues and delays, but I believe that we are in a better space where you can sit anywhere in the comfort of your sitting room, your home, anywhere in the world, and do register your business within 3 hours or related documents. And where there are delays, where there are information gaps, we have come in handy to engage the users of our facilities. With regard to the innovation, we have an intellectual property policy that has helped us to administer intellectual property law, but also integrate intellectual property in all sectors of the economy as we continue to reform some of our laws like the copyright and neighboring rights law, as we continue to formulate more laws like the traditional knowledge bill that is upcoming and will be passed into law soon, as we continue to expand. Honorable Chief Guest, Uganda survived the being blacklisted under the International Financial Action Plan endeavors, and as such, we enabled, because of our registers, we enabled the creation of a new register, which is the Beneficial Ownership Register. It's a new register globally, We could have caused inconveniences out there because we struck off 300,000 businesses, and those were companies, registered companies specifically, for lack of compliance, for lack of filing annual returns, and also failure to update the information, especially critical information relating to the beneficial owner, who is the right or proper owner within these entities. And it also feeds into the Insolvency Conference today, that all these businesses that we register, that the databases that we maintain are not meant for just custody. They are meant for legal reliance. They are meant for authenticity in terms of who are the real people behind these entities. But we want to thank you for cooperating with us, because this was not a Ugandan thing. It was not only a URSB thing, even when we were being accused here and there. It was a global requirement. And as such, we survived being on the blacklist. And we are still moving into making sure that our records are clear, are clean, so that we sustain that level. And there's so many implications had Uganda stayed on the grey list, or had Uganda gone down onto the blacklist. Many of you know the implications, especially the global sanctions that we would have faced. So as an institution, we were also saving Uganda from being insolvent in that way. It's part of also the other angle of looking at it. As Uganda Registration Services Bureau, we want to see a country that complies globally and regionally. Honorable Chief Guest, we have honorable speakers this morning and this afternoon. Yesterday we had a full day with the judicial officers, where we had the judges, the justices, the registrars, the magistrates, who came in to learn and share experiences on how they can handle these matters relating to insolvency, because many a times we don't want to look at the legal aspects that affect these businesses. We also want to hear from the parties, the experts, the industry players, the industry champions. If you are handling a case relating to supermarkets or a pharmacy, what are those things that you look out for? Who are the experts that you should consult? Because some of these products are perishables and you can't keep them, especially medicines, products of supermarkets. So there are different strategies that are used in handling these cases. We had a successful day, a full day, and all the judicial officers learned a lot and shared a lot of experience in the matters they handle in the courts of judicature. And maybe the next time we'll also look at the ADR issues that relate to insolvency. How can we use alternative dispute resolution to emphasize these matters? We have honorable speakers for this day. They're on our schedule, and I would like to make them stand just for recognition. I will not mention one by one because our chief guest has other commitments. Please stand up for recognition if you're a speaker today. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you to our speakers. We shall be listening from you. But honorable chief guest, we have sponsors, co-sponsors. We have partners that sponsored speakers. One of the partners is ENS Africa Advocates that sponsored a speaker right from South Africa. Please, speakers from South Africa, we receive you, and we heard from you yesterday, and we are ready to learn from you today. And why South Africa? Because it's one of the jurisdictions that has a lot of regulations and paperwork and protocols, laws and policies, as well as trainings in terms of business rescue, and we want to learn from them and see how we can handle these things better. We have also PwC that has co-sponsored us by bringing on speakers that we shall be listening from this today. We have our private sector players, our business community players that are going to share the experiences, and we believe that through this engagement we shall learn a lot, and it will also feed into our aftercare program that we launched last year. Honorable Chief Guest, as Uganda Registration Services Bureau, we launched a business rescue and aftercare program, especially when we saw that businesses were ailing in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic. We felt that we should have a program that is run 2 times a year for our business communities and all users of our services. We also launched a journal, the Insolvency Journal. We shall be releasing the second edition in the next few days. Please, we shall inform all our users so that especially the contributors, we have local contributors that have written articles, and as we continue to grow our knowledge and take out knowledge products, it is important that you share. Should you have any article, please approach our offices and we publish this information. It is the first insolvency journal in Africa. It's the first insolvency journal in Africa. And so Uganda is leading in these spaces, Honorable Chair. As we continue to support the objectives of the National Development Plan, the URSB Strategic Investment Plan, we celebrate the milestones that we have achieved with you and the capacity building that we continue to share with you. Let us learn, let us share, let us address the critical issues that are affecting the business sector. For the people who are uptown, the people who are downtown, they should be in position to understand and pick on this knowledge. I want to extend my special thanks to you, Honorable Chief Guest. We know you're very busy. You continue to support our institution. And with your schedule of duties, we are privileged to have you and host you as our chief guest this morning. Let's give it up for the Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you very much. We also want to thank the Law Development Center. We are working with you in terms of the Insolvency Journal. We believe in partnerships. I hope you are here. If they are not here, most of us, especially the lawyers, have gone through LDC, so we can represent them. Let us appreciate the Law Development Center. They have helped us to publish, we have worked together to publish the volume 2 of the Insolvency Journal. And the editorial board, I don't know whether they are represented here. We also appreciate them. The sponsors had already been appreciated. Honorable Chief Guest, before I invite the next speaker, who is our board chair, I would like to thank the URSB team, led by the chair of our steering committee that organized the Insolvency Conference, the 7th edition. Please, my colleagues from Uganda Registration Services Bureau, allow me to inconvenience you by inviting you to be appreciated because you do a lot of work. You spend sleepless nights, heavy days working. Please, if you know that you earn a salary through URSB, come here because even our interns, please come here because the Honorable Chief Guest would like to see the team that does all this work. We have improved visibility, we have improved coverage, we have improved community engagement. I know we have a number of areas to improve because the need is big and we are few on ground. We are just 320 staff, but we are expected to cover the whole country, we are expected to cover all local governments, we are expected to be everywhere. And so where there's a gap, just bear with us, we are just few on ground, but we are doing our best. All members present here, Honorable Chief Guest, our board chair, and fellow board members, allow me to appreciate this powerful team. It's a wonderful team. Honorable Chief Guest, it's wonderful to work with a team that has self-motivation, the team that are patriotic, a team that means well for this nation, a team that you don't have to call, where are you? We find ourselves in spaces because we have built a culture of time management, we've built a culture of teamwork, we've built a culture of loving our country, that nobody's going to do it for us if we don't do it. Thank you, team URSB. I'm proud of you, and may God continue to bless you and bless you and bless you more. So thank you very much. I thank you, my colleagues. We have you today up to the last. We have a cocktail, I'm told, by the committee. And so do not leave until the last. And for the Muslim brothers and sisters, we have made arrangements for you, as in prayer spaces, and also after the iftar arrangements. So you will see the MC will make announcements. I now would like to take this opportunity. I hope the Director of Ceremonies, you will allow me to invite our next speaker, who is a member of our board, He is representing our board chair. His Worship, Fred Kajimu, is a business executive, a business leader. He has worked with different organizations, including Total, within Africa. He runs several businesses in Masaka and Mukono. He is a seasoned politician from the Green Belt. And he is an advisor. He is a mentor. And he's passionate about functional businesses because he runs so many businesses. And for us as a board of URSB and as a member of our board, we are privileged to have an industry player, a person who has led, a person who is in businesses, a property mogul who understands the business sector to be on our board. Your Worship, please come and address the participants. Thank you very much.
Our guest of honor, the Right Honorable Rukia Nakadama, and the third Deputy Prime Minister, members of the board of Uganda Registration Bureau. We have one here that I would like to introduce, Madam Jackie Kemigisha. Can you please stand up for recognition? The Registrar General, Uganda Registration Service Bureau, Madam Mase Kainobuiso, staff of URSB, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm George Kajimu. I stand in for our chairman of the board, Ambassador Francis Butagira. Good morning. Good morning. I take this pleasure to honor and the honor of welcoming you to this training of insolvency law organized by URSB. It is our 7th annual Insolvency Conference, and the theme today is delivering innovative insolvency practices for business sustainability. I'm glad that this training has once again brought together members of the insolvency profession to discuss insolvency law and the practice. I'm confident that you will enrich the discussions with your professional competence and a wide experience. As you are aware, Uganda Registration Services Bureau is a government agency responsible for registration of businesses, securing interest in movable property, intellectual property rights, vital civil events like marriages, and acts as official receiver in insolvency matters. As an institution, Uganda Registration Services Bureau is committed to the vision of Uganda under the National Development Plan 3. We contribute to different programs, including private sector development, transfer community mobilization programs, and mindset change, among others. Our recent achievements are a testimony to this contribution. These achievements include increase in the yearly non-tax revenue collection, law reforms in the commercial sector, further decentralization of our services across Uganda. We have also enhanced the digital registration process on online business registration system, prompting a reduction in the time taken for registration services. For purposes of business formalization and sustainability, we launched the Kiri Easy mass business registration program across the country and the business rescue and aftercare training program. We continue to maintain the one-stop shop model at the Uganda Business Finance Center that provides seamless service delivery model for registration and the promotion of the country's doing business climate. As these achievements are courtesy of both your support and that of the government. As our economy becomes increasingly formalized, business failure is also a reality. This explains why the insolvency law and practice is gaining center stage than ever before. The insolvency practitioners are therefore instrumental in the resolution of insolvency disputes and in supporting corporate recovery by deploying known interventions and practices such as corporate rescue mechanisms. These solutions require constant innovation for business sustainability and economic growth. URSB, being the office of the official receiver, has continuously committed to building a sound insolvency system as a regulator in Uganda. Tremendous progress has been registered in this area in terms of facilitating the start of business. Registering a business now takes 3 hours. As we facilitate the registration of these businesses, we are also focusing on supporting them during financial crisis. However, we cannot do it alone because it calls for collective efforts of all stakeholders to work towards strengthening the insolvency and the corporate rescue framework in Uganda, reducing the cost of doing business, debt resolution, and attracting investments into our country. On behalf of the board and the URSB, I commit to continue supporting the conduct of capacity building programs for our key stakeholders like the judicial officers, insolvency practitioners, and the business community, among others, so as to enable them effectively handle insolvency matters. It is through such continuous training that we shall be able to fulfill our contribution towards NDP 3 program of private sector development. I therefore implore you to take advantage of the opportunities available in the insolvency field by registering with the official receiver to act as insolvency practitioners. For those that are already registered practitioners, I encourage you to continue upholding ethical values in all transactions while embracing mechanisms geared towards saving these businesses. I thank the URSB team led by the Registrar General for organizing this training. This is a positive step towards achieving our strategic objectives. I greatly take this opportunity to thank the sponsors, ENS Africa Uganda, and the PricewaterhouseCoopers for the tremendous support through the qualified professional presenters who have a wealth of knowledge. We are eager to listen to them today. Our dear participants, I thank you for accepting our invitation to this important training, and I believe that you will benefit from the training and make a positive change thereafter in our insolvency system. As I conclude, I would like to make just a few personal remarks as a businessman. The business survival in Uganda, I think, is about 20% of the businesses started in the 50th year. The survival would be like 20%. And when we had COVID, I believe that that percentage has gone even much lower than 20% of the businesses that survive after 5 years. This means that we need to be very cautious and very careful for those few businesses that have been operating 5, 10 years and above. Business surviving 5, 10 years mean that they have actually built a lot of goodwill in their names, maybe in their products. I will mention a company like Maganjo in the product. So it means that the value put on the goodwill is massive. When a business is in distress, unfortunately, we will not look at the goodwill. If we are looking at the assets and the liabilities, you are going to see and also only handle those ones that you actually is able to put your hands on. That means that if this business is liquidated without care, that means that that element of goodwill will actually be lost. In the health service, we've got the hospice health care, where even the terminally ill patients that possibly have been confirmed by different doctors that within 6 months, definitely, you will not be alive. They put them in that kind of health care. And they focus on palliation of pain symptoms, spiritual needs, and other social needs. So they are no longer working to recover. But because of that kind of care, some patients have survived beyond the 6 months. So what we need to do also in our sector is to try as much as possible to keep those businesses running, but not to the detriment of all the stakeholders, but at least helping them to survive. That's why it calls us for innovation. We need to bury only the dead, not the businesses that can still survive, can still breathe. Because if we do that, we are going to actually affect the life of the employees. We are going to affect the government taxes. And also we are going to bury the economy with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me. And I wish you fruitful deliberations. I now take the honor and opportunity to invite the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister to come and deliver her remarks. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The board chairman, Uganda Registration Service Bureau, His Excellency Ambassador Francis Butagira, represented. Members of the board of Uganda Registration Service Bureau, the Registrar General, Uganda Registration Service Bureau, Ms. Mase Kainobwisho, staff of Uganda Registration Service Bureau, distinguished participants in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen. I think it is still a morning. I'll say morning to all of you. I'm called Nakadama Rukia Isanga. I've been already introduced, but I can repeat my names. Nakadama Rukia Isanga. By the grace of God, I'm the third Deputy Prime Minister and Minister without portfolio in Uganda. And I'm a woman member of Parliament for Mayuge district. Because not all ministers are members of Parliament. So I have to tell you that I'm a member of Parliament. I'm a daughter, I'm a mother, I'm a businesswoman, I'm a politician. So I'm happy to be with you here this morning. And it is my pleasure to officiate at the opening of the 7th Annual Insolvency Conference and training of insolvency stakeholders on insolvency law and practice under the theme, Leveraging Innovative Insolvency Practices of Business Sustainability. I wish to thank Uganda Registration Service Bureau for inviting me and for maintaining this good practice of popularizing insolvency practices among practitioners annually. Globally, the present-day landscape for corporate and individual insolvency demands a greater cohesion between key players in the insolvency proceeding cycle in order to preserve the assets of the insolvent and maximize return to the creditors. Insolvency is about what happens when debtors are not able to meet their obligation to their creditors. Because of this, the law must be clear and effective to boost investment. In all this, the value of insolvency practitioners and professionals is quite essential, for it promotes mutual trust and confidence between parties and our government systems. During insolvency proceedings, whereas the debtors and creditors take center stage, an insolvency practitioner is the glue and link between the whole chain. The role stretches to include acting on behalf of the debtors, establishing links between the debtors and creditors, promoting debtors' protection and creditor recovery before the courts of law that administers justice in the process, and finally, the regulator who oversees all insolvency proceedings. I must congratulate the organizers on selecting a befitting theme that promotes this connection. Today's theme also lines well with the government agenda as expounded upon under the third National Development Plan, under the National Development Plan 3. Under this plan, the government of Uganda's vision is sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and sustainable wealth creation. This goes without saying, therefore, that a sound insolvency regime is essential to doing business in Uganda. The Registrar General of Uganda Registration Service Bureau, in her capacity as official receiver and therefore the regulator of insolvency law and practice in Uganda, has continually been at the forefront of driving reforms to keep up the changing global insolvency landscape. These reforms include the amendment of the Insolvency Act of 2021 that was achieved recently in 2022. This law is the principal legislation governing insolvency law in the country. It is expected to help boost the competitiveness of investment climate through aligning the needs of all key business players to suit a modern insolvency infrastructure. The World Bank principles for effective insolvency and credit or debtor regimes emphasize, among others, striking a careful balance between liquidation and reorganization of businesses. The innovations and reforms of 2022 were therefore primarily designed to serve as a safety net for businesses, ensuring that when debtors face financial difficulties, mechanisms are available to rescue or maximize the value realized from the sale of assets. The reforms also aim at balancing the interests between the debtors, the debtor protection, and creditor recovery, and averting a chaotic race by creditors by providing for an orderly payment process. The Insolvency Act 2021, as amended, provides for rescue mechanisms of administration and arrangements in respect of companies and individuals, respectively. It is now possible for insolvent companies and individuals to seek protection from court and negotiate with their creditors, or even to seek post-administration, that is arrangement, financing to regain financial stability. The process involves engagement with several stakeholders, including the shareholders, the directors, the creditors, the insolvency practitioners, as well as the courts of law. We therefore need a body of efficient practitioners and a good judicial system to expeditiously adjudicate these matters and make decisions. And on this, I will say, make decisions and then implement them. Sometimes a decision is made, but never implemented. So it is important that the decisions be implemented. Somebody has been told to be given money, but that money will never come. And somebody's business is dying because of not recovering, of not implementing the decision that was made. It is therefore of utmost importance that you as insolvency practitioners understand these processes to devise strategies acceptable by all parties to revive their businesses. I'm glad that the insolvency law also addresses cross-border insolvencies. We all know that the world has become global, and in some instances, companies in the insolvency chain are domiciled across borders. With the integration of the East African community and globalization across border issues will definitely become increasingly common in the restructuring and insolvency practices. The significant differences in insolvency regulation and procedure among nations has led to an urgent need for professional insolvency practitioners. This area of cross-border insolvencies should be an area of utmost interest to all of us, both in the private and government, such as the judiciary, which is the temple of commercial justice. Further, as these developments are coming up, other alternative insolvency mechanisms, both legal and non-legal, are also taking shape. Informal financial alternative sources for debtors and insolvent, as well as alternative financing mechanisms have also been innovated. This training, thankfully, will expose this forum to some of these trends, and we must be alive to such developments to enable proper administration of justice in the insolvency system. This conference, therefore, is therefore essential in strengthening our capacity to handle and resolve insolvency matters, whether before or outside courts, and where appropriate, support the revival of insolvent entities instead of dissolution. We must be deliberate in offering support to financial ailing businesses, which are many in light of the current post-COVID-19 economic challenges, while maintaining professionalism and upholding ethical values. I implore you to embrace mechanisms geared towards saving these businesses and handle such matters with the utmost care. Saving insolvent entities will promote economic stability, and we all stand to benefit as a country. I thank Uganda Registration Service Bureau for its deliberate efforts in enhancing the capacity of stakeholders to handle insolvency matters. I have also been informed that towards this effort, URSB published the second volume of the Insolvency Journal of Uganda, whose purpose is foremost to preserve knowledge in one pole, but also aid dissemination for the wider good of the business community. As we thank you, the URSB, before I conclude, I want to emphasize that we call people here in a hotel, but these are the few members of the business community. We have other people down there who even fear to come to such a place. They even don't have, the capacity to come and sit in a hotel. You need to organize such meetings to our people at the lower level so that they can also be educated. They should be informed of their small businesses so that they are also in the know of how they can maintain them, how they can save them, and we don't bury them, like you said in your speech. So I want to thank Uganda Registration Service Bureau for this innovation, and to those who have contributed articles towards this cause. I also wish to thank all the participants for sparing time for this conference to share and enrich your knowledge and skills in emerging trends in insolvency, and urge you to apply it while handling insolvency matters. Finally, I thank our distinguished presenters for sparing time to share with us their knowledge and experience. I wish you all fruitful deliberations, and I declare this conference officially open for God and my country.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. We appreciate you as ladies. We admire you because of your simplicity and honor of leadership, and we look up to you always. Right Honorable, we have people that have taken this message of insolvency to another level. And one of them has gone ahead to author a book. And as I invite the Director of Ceremonies, this person has been a partner with us, is also a speaker, has always spoken, but he's also a government official, and he will introduce himself. He is Dr. Waiswa Abdul Salam. He has written a book, The Law and Practice on Corporate Rescue, and this was actually his PhD study. And would like to use this opportunity to launch it because he's also your voter. Please, Doctor, come and introduce yourself to your MP, also the book, and we use this opportunity for her to launch it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Registrar General, Madam Prime Minister. My name is Abdul Salam Waiswa. I'm your voter from Mayuge. And in this book, I've described myself as the Mayuge boy. Many of my friends call me the Mayuge boy. So when I saw you here as the guest of honor, I felt like it would be a very good opportunity for you to launch the book for me.
I want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Wais Abdul Salam for coming up with this initiative of publishing this book, The Law and Practice on Corporate Rescue, South African, Ugandan, and international perspective. So I take the honor and privilege. Are you this one? I take the honor and privilege to officially launch this book entitled The Law and Practice on Corporate Rescue. By the boy of Mayuge.
Thank you so very much, the Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, for those wonderful words and wise counsel. I am sure that your audience will live different, and being practitioners, they will do their best to improve the landscape of insolvency practice by leveraging on innovative insolvency practices for sustainable business registration. Thank you again for also launching the book by your voter. Now, we would like to have this event on record, and that is better done if we can have a picture. Now, for all of us, it's important that you appear in this picture, because you do not know when you will next need it. It's not every day that you meet with the Third Deputy Prime Minister. So kindly join us for a picture. We'll ask the Registrar General to lead you, Honorable Guest of Honor, and the team, URSB, will guide us to where we want to have the picture at the outside. Members, let's join the Guest of Honor in the picture. Therefrom, we shall come and have a quick tea break, and then we shall dive into the presentations. Kindly, let's expedite this process. Thank you so very much. Hello, distinguished participants. May I have your attention, please? May I request those who are still outside to join us so we can have a working tea in the interest of time. We have a lot to share, and I would love that each one of us is able to listen in. So kindly, for those of us having our teas outside, if you don't mind, do join us and have your teas from the inside. I want to introduce our next speaker, but I'll begin by apologizing that there has been a couple of hiccups in our program. As you may recall earlier, Dr. Salam was giving us his presentation. We cut him short. We had hoped he would carry on from there. Unfortunately, one of our other presenters has a flight to catch, and we think it's only fair that since he traveled from afar, we give him a chance to talk to us. The world is a global village. We want to be able to appreciate practices elsewhere, such that tomorrow when you're called upon to also offer guidance on them, you have some answers to questions arising therefrom. Our next speaker, for those who have this program, has a bit, just a bit of his CV therein. Very distinguished gentleman from South Africa who is a practitioner of this area of law with lots of experiences. I don't think I'll do justice trying to really read out this or even attempting to explain to you who he is. So let me take this singular honor to welcome Mr. Makena. Mr. Makena is the executive and head of ENS Africa, South Africa, to come and talk to us. Mr. Makena, please.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you're well. My name is Ntlhane Makena. I'm from ENS. I have been practicing in this business rescue space for a couple of years. In South Africa, we enacted our business rescue legislation in 2011, and we've had some good experiences. We've had some terrible experiences, and we've had a lot of lessons that we've shared with different parties. And today I'd just like to share a bit of our experiences that we've had in South Africa with some of the business rescue and restructuring matters that we've had. I hope you have questions, plenty of questions. I think engagement is the best way to deal with these types of issues. So hopefully the pointer doesn't let me down. There we go. So business rescue, as I said, we started it a couple of years ago, and the stated purpose is to provide for the efficient rescuing of financially distressed companies. There's always a debate in our jurisdiction about what rescuing a company means. And sometimes people think that the only way you can rescue a company is by restoring it to solvency. And that's not always the case, at least in my belief. I think you have the opportunity to go down two paths when you're trying to restructure a company. The first is the ideal one, where you restore solvency and you get a company that was in financial distress and you move it into or back into solvency. But that's not all the business rescue or restructuring legislation provides for. Because if you enter into a scenario where the company can't be restored to solvency in its current form. You still have to do something with that entity. And one of the things that we try to do in those instances is obviously return a better, or get a better return for creditors, employees, and sometimes shareholders than a immediate liquidation or insolvency of that entity. So we have a opportunity to do quite a bit with our business rescue legislation in that sense. This is just a historical context of where we came from. So before the 2008 Companies Act was put in place, we had a Companies Act from 1973, and judicial management is what was available to our companies in terms of trying to rescue it. And we found it very cumbersome. We did not think that we had the right level of insolvency practitioners. So what we saw a lot of was liquidators that were moonlighting as restructuring experts. And one of my colleagues likes to say this, and I think it's a common saying throughout the world, but if you show a hammer a nail, it'll only do what it's used to, which is hammering the nail. And sometimes what you require, as one of the speakers set out yesterday, is a more nuanced and creative approach to rescuing businesses. And I think to the extent that you can professionalize that industry and get people that are capacitated to do that, that would be, more than amazing. And so I set out high level the primary objectives of business rescue, and it's the development of a business rescue plan, which will help restore the company to solvency, but if it's not possible, then it's a better return to creditors or shareholders than would result from immediate liquidation. And one of the things at the bottom there that I say, most business rescue proceedings fail, and the success rate is improving with the passage of time when it's used for the appropriate purpose. The reason we see this, or saw it very early on in our time with business rescue, is because the companies that were going into business rescue were too far gone. The management had waited way too long before taking the company into business rescue. And this is it's a trend that we saw that has gotten better over time. And what people usually do, which is human nature, instead of going into a formal process, you'd rather start off in an informal process and wait until the last moment to go into a formal process, whether that is a function of the management or shareholders wanting to hold on to the company for too long without getting third-party intervention, or whether it's just a function of ignorance. And, yesterday when we were talking to the judges, one of the speakers that we had was speaking about the stigma of a formal process, and that once you start a formal process, you collect all of your creditors, and they then have a big block of people that are now saying, please, can I have my money today? And he said it was like the vultures circling. And he said it's unlikely that a person will call the vultures onto themselves. So this is one of the things that, one of the focus areas that we've had in South Africa to try and push, which is to educate the business sector about business rescue as a tool to assist them rather than it being a sign of the end. And so it's one of the things that I think even in your jurisdiction, a lot of education in the market will probably do everyone quite well to understand the various options that are available in your system. So this is just a slide about how business rescue commences in South Africa. So it can be a board resolution that is taken by the board we need 50% plus one in order for a resolution to be passed. In South Africa, you don't need shareholder approval to commence a business rescue. It is purely in the hands of management, and there's nothing shareholders can do to prevent management from, or the board from taking that decision. And then obviously it is lodged with our company's registry, and then the process would unfold from there. The other way in which business rescue can start is that it can go through a court process, and through that court process, the company must state that it is, or an affected person, whether it's a shareholder, employee, or the board of the company, can also apply to place itself into business rescue. And it must show that it's financially distressed. And the way that we've worked out financially distressed in our market is if in the ensuing 6 months you are not able to pay your debts as and when they're due and payable. And so the idea of that, the ensuing 6 months, is that you should have at least a 6-month window into the future to gauge where you are, and you should have sufficient funds for the next 6 months to hold the company in good stead, so that if you have to start business rescue today, at least in the next 6 months you have the funds available to go down this process. And this is, again, alluded to what I alluded to before, why it's important that this be an early mechanism for people to utilize, and also drawing the distinction between what is liquidation and what is business rescue. We see this as a pre-insolvency process. So you should ideally be in a position where the company is still doing relatively okay in terms of cash flow, even though it may have structural issues and problems that you need to sort out. And I'll tell you a bit later on about one of the matters that we did, which was South African Airways, and how they were not a suitable candidate for business rescue for multiple reasons, but one of them was the cash flow issue. And yeah, so I'll tell you the story about that a bit later. And so you go through this process of, the regulatory process. You need to do things in a certain number of days. For us, it's about appointing a business rescue practitioner, sending out the notices to affected persons, so that the commencement of your business rescue process is in line with the Act. And if you don't do that, then a creditor can challenge your commencement process and the business rescue can be set aside. And so the selection of a business rescue practitioner, again, is something that's very important. We always advise our clients, whether it's lenders or it's a board of directors, engaging with a business rescue practitioner prior to the commencement of business rescue is very important, because they are going to become de facto your CEO or a super CEO, because they are accountable to the regulator and creditors. They are not accountable to the board. The board is accountable to them. They cannot make decisions without the practitioner, and therefore it becomes important to understand how that relationship is going to play itself out. The last thing that you want is a board that thinks it's still going to make all the decisions, and a practitioner who says, sorry, if you want to go left, I am not going left, I am going right, especially if it's the board's decision who the practitioner is. So one of the lessons that we impart when we have these discussions with parties from various jurisdictions is that pre-assessment process, and maybe let me talk about what that means. We advocate for insolvency practitioners or business rescue practitioners and the like to have an assessment of their business. Have an assessment of the business that's going to be in business rescue or undergoing a formal or informal process, because your pre-assessment of that business and having a clear understanding of the cash flow requirements, having understanding of the dynamics between its various stakeholders, shareholder support if there is any. All of that, I think, is important to helping the practitioner start on a great foot. And you're able to then commence with the work that you need to do without having to do a couple of weeks of investigations first. And so a pre-assessment gives you an opportunity to understand what even your cash flow requirements are going to be, so that you can either get that from whether it's a shareholder or from a funder. And so your post-commencement funding requirements are known to all of your stakeholders before you even start the process, so that you know, is this a suitable candidate for this process that we're about to go through? And if it's not, what we advocate is that you stay away from business rescue. If you know that you're going to need $100 million, and with all the goodwill in the world, all you can ever get is $10 or $20 million, then you know that this is not going to work. If the requirement and the form in which you want to rescue this is going to require more cash than I have available or I can raise, then save the cash, put it into liquidation. There's a far better outcome that you may get in that instance than putting it into a formal process and it drags along without the ability to actually get to the end state where the company is rescued. And now my trusty pointer has stopped working. Oh, there we go. I think I'm going backwards, sorry. Spoke about this and the duration of business rescue proceedings. And I apologize if I skip through some of these. I will, through my colleagues, make them available, so you don't have to worry about taking notes of this. And so one of the key aspects of our business rescue regime is having a moratorium. So the legal moratorium is the cornerstone of your decision making, whether you go into a formal process or not. In our view, if you can stay out of a formal process, we would advocate for you to stay out of a formal process. The less that you have to comply with all the legal requirements, the regulations, which can be time consuming, the better off you are. If all you do is focus on the business management component, that's fine. If you're facing a scenario where you have creditors who want to enforce or execute, that is when a formal process that comes with a moratorium like ours does would be ideal, because then you stay all legal proceedings from continuation. All enforcement actions are stayed. And so what we get is a reprieve for the business. Management can focus on the running of the business, the practitioner can focus on the restructuring of the business, and you can then have some time to work out how we are going to rescue this business. And so the implementation of business rescue and having a moratorium and the need for the moratorium is one of the key indicators of whether or not to stay in a formal process or whether to go into a formal process or stay in a formal process. And I think this is one of the key components of some of the restructuring tools that are available. There are many other systems in the world that have a business rescue-like system that doesn't come with a moratorium. Some of the administration regimes, some of the receivership regimes that we have across the continent and across the world provide for an unprotected restructuring process where creditors need to buy into a moratorium, which obviously makes that a little bit harder, because if you have one creditor who's set on executing against the assets of the company that are required to run the business, it becomes a whole lot harder to run that business. And in our regime, there's obviously a protection linked to the moratorium. There's a protection of property interests. So a practitioner is not able to dispose of assets in a business rescue without either a adopted business rescue plan, or if it's in the ordinary course of business. And one of the interesting components is if you can guarantee a secured lender that the sale of their asset will make them back whatever their liability is, then you don't necessarily have to get their consent to sell that asset. So in ordinary terms, if I'm a secured creditor and someone wants to sell my asset, usually they have to come to me and we have an engagement about whether or not we're realizing the asset. If you go into business rescue and the creditors owed 10 million and you are able to then repay that creditor from the sale of that asset, they're not in a position to withhold the consent if you can get them, or if you can guarantee the repayment of the 10 million. And this is important context in our jurisdiction because our secured creditors become very dominant in the process. And the idea with business rescue is to give every creditor the similar or same type of voting power and participation in the process. So whether you're a secured creditor or not, as you'll see later when it comes to voting on a plan, you are given one vote for each rand that you're owed, and whether you're secured or unsecured makes no difference. And so there's a equalization of status between parties, but there's a protection of those interests through this section that says if you dispose of it, it must be in the ordinary process, it must be bona fide. If you can repay the secured creditor or guarantee the repayment of the secured creditor, whatever is outstanding, then you can proceed with the sale. The other thing that this section does is when in our jurisdiction, when you sell a major asset of the company, usually you need shareholder approval. And I think it's probably the same in most jurisdictions around the world. You need shareholder approval to sell the largest asset of that company. And through this business rescue process, we adopt a plan. Once the plan is adopted, then you no longer require shareholder approval in order for you to sell the largest asset of the business. And again, all of this is geared around shareholders not abusing their majority position, whether it is in a voting context or where you have shareholders who cannot agree on an outcome. All of these various sections of the Act are geared at ensuring a outcome that is more equitable, if I can put it that way. And this is just a continuation of the property rights. And one of the interesting features of our this chapter of our Companies Act is the rights that are given to a practitioner to suspend and or cancel obligations of the company as and when they fall due. So one of the interesting things that we identified as an issue was sometimes you get companies that have contracts that are so onerous that these contracts are the reason why the company is in financial distress. In SAA, what we discovered there when the matter started was the pilots in the matter. They had a collective agreement. And in that collective agreement, the only party that was entitled to cancel were the pilots. So you have employees who have a collective agreement, only they can cancel. The employer can never cancel. The agreement never expires or lapses. It runs in perpetuity. It has a whole host of employee benefits. And I say employee benefits in inverted commas because we think that what they created there were legal means of siphoning money out the company. What they did was they could elect which hotels that they would stay in across the world. And as you know, if anyone has the election where they would stay, they're always going to choose the nicest and most expensive hotels because that's what they want. So they chose 5-star hotels across the world. In parts of the world where they could get 6, 7-star hotels, they chose 6, 7-star hotels. They could stay there for the duration of when they were in country. The agreement catered for a daily stipend, I think it was $100 or $200 per meal. So they stay at the hotel. The hotel is a breakfast and dinner, and they get $100 or $200 depending on their level for breakfast, $200 for lunch, $200 for dinner. But all of these things are being paid for. So, and this is just one example of one of the things that we found that was wrong with the contracts that were there. And so in terms of this section, it allows the company to suspend its obligations under such a contract. So upon getting into that, we sent the letters suspending the right to, or the company's obligations to honor those terms of the agreement. And we immediately got into a fight with them. We knew that we were doing it for the purposes of bringing the dispute to a head, and we thought that we would negotiate with them in order to try and get a better outcome. One of the things we hadn't planned for, because the SAA matter started in 2019, so pre the COVID lockdowns that happened in South Africa across the world. And an airline needs pilots. You need pilots to fly airplanes. So without those pilots, we could never actually succeed in any restructuring that we had. And so even though we wanted to play hardball with them, we had to do it in a careful manner. Because if we didn't, we would lose our ability to generate revenue, which is flying airplanes. And because of COVID, one of the few gifts that COVID gave us in that matter, not many, but a few. Because of COVID, we no longer could fly, which gave us the strategic advantage to say, okay, pilots, we are in fact going to terminate this agreement in total. The only option that you have is to tell us that you won't fly. You're already not flying. We're not going anywhere. And it's going to be like this for the next year or so. So the worst case scenario is that you are exactly where you are. If you choose not to fly, we don't have to pay you. But we are terminating this agreement. And we started, I think, before that matter, I had a little bit of hair. I didn't have a lot, but I had a little bit. And I lost the hair that I had at that time, and the rest of it started going gray because we were fighting with the pilots on a daily basis. And I remember, I'll tell you this one story, which is a completely terrible story to have lived, but we're negotiating with them, and they are upset that they no longer have free business class tickets for life. They're upset that they no longer are able to take their families into business class and bump out paying customers. All they needed to pay was the airport taxes. And if any of you have seen when you buy an air ticket, the airport taxes are probably 10%, if even that, of your total ticket charge. And that's all they had to pay. They just had to make sure you paid the levies, the taxes, and whatever else was in there for costs. Now, whether you buy a business class ticket, whether you buy an economy class ticket, the taxes are the same. It's just it's bare minimum. 10% of business class is probably 1% of that overall charge. And that's what they were upset that they could no longer have as a benefit. And this one gentleman, I remember, as we told them, we've considered all your proposals, but these luxuries that you have, they're gone. He stood up and he threw a pen at one of the practitioners. And it almost got into a scuffle, which was very weird because we'd spent hours negotiating. I think he had cracked. I think he no longer had his wits about them. But to this day, every time we see that gentleman, I think he probably want to, if we went down a dark alley, not most of us would probably not make it out of that dark alley, because they had created a fiefdom there. And so, again, one of the benefits of the business rescue regime, it gives you tools to navigate evergreen contracts, to navigate difficult negotiations that you otherwise wouldn't even touch, because no airplanes, no pilots, no revenue. So one of the very few things COVID gave us that we were thankful for. And so you'll see here, it's important to note, Section 136 excludes employment contracts. But the manner in which that framed that collective bargaining agreement, it went above and beyond the contract of employment. And so we couldn't change the employment contracts outside of the ordinary labor law. We had to follow this process to change that agreement, and then also follow the ordinary labor law to change the terms and conditions of employment, which again was not an easy process, but COVID made it so much easier for us. And so one of the things, before I speak about PCF, the importance of having a pre-assessment is linked to the requirement of PCF, which is post-commencement funding. And that post-commencement funding is the lifeblood of any restructuring process. I think most of you in this venue today will clearly understand that. And so some of the important criteria that the lenders that we've worked with speak about is the confidence in the business or the sector, the confidence in existing management, and the accuracy of the financial information of the company. Now, the reality is most businesses that are in financial distress rarely have good financial documentation. It's actually, it would be a unicorn for there to be great financial information of a company that's financially distressed. Usually, companies with good financial management tend to navigate these issues quite well and way before it gets to financial distress. But companies that don't, not because of any wrongdoing, but when the pressure's on, people tend to focus on more critical functions of their business. So record keeping outside of who owes me money, what they'll be able to tell you day one is, this is my debtor book. But when you ask them, what are your cash flow forecasts for the next 14 days or 36 weeks or whatever it is, then the information becomes either less accurate or is unavailable. And one of the early warning signs that we tell our clients that are lenders to use is exactly this, is just test the integrity of the financial information, because that will give you a key indicator into where that business is. And again, another important lesson in learning that if you act for lenders or you are a lender, when the entity that you're lending to can no longer provide you with reliable financial information, that's a red flag. That's the moment that you need to call the CFO, have a meeting with them. If you are acting for the company, that's when you need to go and speak to the CFO, the board, CEO, and say, please start preparing for lenders to start asking difficult questions, because this is where you are. Confidence in management. Again, people are not going to give you money if they don't think that you're going to be able to do something with it that's going to either give them a return or is likely to be used in the correct manner. And confidence in the business sector. So again, sticking to my SAA example, We go into business rescue December 2019, and the company, so SAA's annual turnover was around about 30 billion pre-2019. When we arrived, I think the company had less than 100 million, which is almost not enough to buy fuel for its operations for the week, or less than a week. So you're basically coming into a scenario with a company with no funds at all. That money could have been used up in a day on a flight to JFK or to Dallas, Washington. So we came into a company that had a very, very bad financial position. The confidence in the management was really bad. It had changed CEOs, I think, several times during the years. Everyone there was in an acting position, so it was like people used to joke and say we're going to the theater because there's so many actors in these management roles. And so you have a perspective, at least from lenders, that the management in places may not be the correct management for the business. And so with that in the back of your mind, you go to lenders. Our government says we're willing to give a government guarantee so that you guys can give these people some funding. The lenders, the majority of which are South African based, faced with a government guarantee. So we've never had a sovereign debt default. And barring the normal economic conditions of our country, it's unlikely that that is likely to happen. And these lenders that the government is asking money from know that, and know that their existence is also linked to the sovereign's existence and sovereign debt rating. But even they found it difficult to put that money into the company with a guarantee that they'll get it back. And one of the reasons why was the lack of belief in the existing management, the poor financial records, the business sector being what it was then, an airline business without the ability to fly. And so it hampered our progress in terms of where we would like to go and what we wanted to do. But we managed through very, very difficult negotiations with the lenders to get some post-commencement finance. And ultimately that was one of the saving graces of that entity. And just some context in South Africa about post-commencement finance. So we have a relatively sophisticated financial sector, but our lenders are archaic in their perspective about post-commencement funding, because if they're not already involved in their business, it's unlikely that they'll fund that business. They are very, very reluctant to fund without some form of security. And in most instances, when you get to a distressed business, by that time, they've either given away their security to the existing funders, or there's no security left to give to a secondary debt funder because everything has either been sold to fund the business continuation. So there's very little left. And we in the beginning, I remember in 2012, it was near impossible to get anyone to give you secondary debt funding. The banks would not even look at it. And just to show you how much things have developed, probably now you're probably 5 or 10% better off, which means the market hasn't moved much because the fundamentals of our banking system are still the same. The lenders think about it in a simple form. I give you money, you give me collateral. If you can't give me collateral, show me how good your business is, and then I can take a view on that. If you can't show me that your business is good, I'm not giving you any money. And that's how bankers operate in our market, and it's probably across the world. But it's one of the things that with the development of time and the sector of the market, they have gotten a bit more comfortable taking the risk. And obviously what they do, when they take the risk, they increase the return on their investment, right? Which is then going to be a difficult story to deal with at the back end when you get expensive financing. But you're in distress. Expensive financing may be your only out. It may be better than no financing whatsoever. So this is just another what I've said previously about the financial distress part and the PCF. And then just a section on the business rescue practitioners. So in our system, you need to be a member of a legal accounting you need to have a legal accounting or business management profession accredited by our regulator. You need to be a member of a professional body, and that professional body now liaises with our regulator, because our regulation, and this is something that may or may not be applicable to you, but our regulations don't have a set of practice or good code of practice or a standard to hold each of the practitioners to. They have a wide framework of what needs to happen. You need to be a member of a profession, you need to be licensed, but we didn't have a system of regulating practitioners that were either non-performing practitioners, would not provide our regulator with the required information. So what our regulator then did was to liaise with the professional bodies, accredit the professional bodies. So the professional bodies, and there's a couple of them, would be the Law Society for the legal practitioners. It was the accounting professional bodies for auditors and the like. And those bodies, they had a more regulated set of code standard and code of conduct for practitioners to follow. And so now what you do if you have a practitioner who doesn't perform, it is the duty of the professional body to discipline that person. And what we saw was that the performance in the number of appointments that people take was better. Their responses to creditors and lenders and employees was better, because they knew that their professional body could potentially strike them off. And that was enough of a stick to get a better performance out of them. And so there's, as part of the process, creditors meetings where creditors are convened. Pre-COVID, it was physical settings. Post-COVID, I think 95% of the meetings are virtual. Also, it's a form of saving time, saving money for the business. And there are creditors committees that are set up for the purpose of engaging with the practitioner. You can imagine sitting in a hall full of 1,000, I think in SAA we had over 3,000 or 4,000 creditors, trying to engage with them about the more detailed aspects of that restructuring would have been difficult. What we did in that, and maybe something of value to you, we decided to set up creditors committees, but we set up creditors committees for different business functions. We had the lessors, which are the aircraft lessors. So we set up a committee for them because their interest versus the other creditors are different. We set up a trade creditor, but a trade partner committee. So these are travel agents and anyone in between that space, because their concerns, again, are different to the ordinary trade creditor. And then we set up a lenders and financial creditors committee, because again, their interests were diverse. And then we had another committee. And what we found was it was easier to engage and deal with the different subgroups in their various interests, and then as the practitioners, you are better placed to try and see how you fit the diverse interests of these different parties together. One of the other matters that we have done is EdCon. It was a massive retailer in South Africa. It had stores all over the continent under the name of Edgar's, and it had other stores affiliated to it as well. And similarly in that, we realize if you're a retailer who's in distress, one of your biggest partners in that are landlords. So again, in that business rescue, we set up a landlord committee because the interests of the landlords versus the other creditors were diverse. And also, this partner's concerns were fundamental to the continuation of this business. So the landlords couldn't do without anchor tenants, which in most instances Edgar's was, but they also didn't want to find themselves in positions where they're debating their issues with people who are worried about the payment of a 10,000 Rand invoice, as it were. And one of the things that setting up the various committee allows you to do is get different types of concessions from your various partners. So one of the things we did with the landlords in the EdCon matter, some of them agreed to a moratorium of payment of rental. So the company went into business rescue. They said, okay, you can have a 6 months moratorium on payment of rental. You don't have to do X, Y, and Z. Or we can take that money, we can capitalize it, because they needed the tenants in the buildings. So these are some of the things that you benefit from having the singular engagements with like-minded people, or people who have similar interests. And so if you do find yourself in that scenario where your creditors have different interests and they are large groups, setting up subcommittees may be something that helps. And then finally, after you do all of those engagements, you generate a business rescue plan. And that plan has to have a certain set of information in order for creditors to make a decision around the financial information, what the turnaround plan is going to be, and what you're trying to accomplish, what the repayment to creditors looks like. In the SAA plan, we were ready with a plan in February 2020. March, we have a lockdown. So the past 2 months and a bit of work, 3 months of work, go out the window. We were planning on having an airline that flies to all these various places. We had cash flow forecasts, we had models. All of that now means nothing because we don't know whether we're going to fly again and where we can fly to. And so we start the process again. But now we know that we're not flying for the next 6 to 7 months. And so we designed a plan that says we're going to be in hibernation. We're not going to spend money on flying because we don't know whether we will fly this year or not. And we go into a care and maintenance program. We decide what routes traditionally have been profit-making. And we make a very difficult decision. The practitioners then present a plan to the shareholder, which is the South African government, and say, we're going to fly domestically, we're going to fly one route. It had, I think, 7 domestic routes before that. We're going to fly one. We're going to fly from Joburg to Cape Town. It's the only route we're going to fly in South Africa. Regionally, we are making good money with the regional flights, and we're going to keep a couple of them. The ones that are break-even, we're throwing away. We're not flying to China. We're not flying to Brazil. We're not flying to Australia. We're going to fly to London. We're going to fly to Germany. We're going to fly to, I'm not sure if it was JFK or Washington. So I wasn't sure if it's New York or Washington. No, I think it was New York. Because as part of that, we stopped flying to Ghana as well. Because we would stop partway between South Africa and Ghana. South Africa and Washington, stop off in Ghana. So we stopped that route. Now, you're dealing with a stakeholder whose pride and joy is this airline that you've put in place, and you're telling them you're cutting it to 1/3 of what it's going to be, and you're not flying to places where they think are important and have strategic interest. You're flying to places that you know as the working team, you're going to make money. And some of the difficult conversations are around that and concessions that need to be made in restructuring a business, because we stuck to our guns and told them that if you want a plan that's going to succeed, this is what it comes with. There's pain, and we can tell you when these other places will come online and the conditions for them coming online, which means some of our inputs need to be dealt with. And one of the impacts of that was SAA had between 6,000 and 4,000, I think it started off at 6,000, then went to 4,000 post-COVID employees. Of those 4,000 employees, we only need 1,500. And this is a government that you're telling this to. A government that is about to lay off 3,000 employees plus isn't going to look good in the eyes of its voters. But what our plan proposed was a trimming down of the excess and the fat so that you have a profitable business that can then restart itself into a business that's doing well. And once it does that, it can then start flying again, it can then start employing more people on a sustainable basis. And what it had done over the years was it probably at its maximum only needed 2,600 employees, but it had 6,000 employees. So it had been bloated, and a part of that is about corruption, a part of that is about mismanagement, but it had been bloated to an extent that it was no longer feasible. So one of the things that come with putting a rescue plan together is preparing yourself for difficult conversations with stakeholders, whether it's employees, shareholders, lenders, creditors, and the like. And one of the best ways to do that is to take them with you on the journey. And I think it's probably difficult for a lot of creditors to do so because, a lot of practitioners to do so because you spend so much time actually trying to save the business that you don't want to have meetings with stakeholders at every turn. But when we got to the point of putting the plan together, it was no longer a mystery where we were going. Employees knew what the end state looked like. Creditors knew what the end state looked like. And so did the shareholder, even though they weren't happy about it. So back to the business rescue plan, we publish it, it has all that detail, and you are required to get creditors to vote on it. We have a two-process voting system in South Africa. Firstly, you need to get 75% of all creditors to vote in favor of the plan in order for it to be initially approved. Then you need to get 50% of independent creditors to vote in favor of it. Now, the reason why we have the independent vote is because you don't want to find yourself in a scenario where related parties, shareholders and other related entities who will probably have shareholder loans that run into the millions abuse that voting power to get an outcome. You need independent creditors, parties are not related to the entity or the shareholders, who will then vote in favor of the plan. And we found that provides a good balancing of various interests between the parties. And then to the extent that what you are proposing affects the rights of shareholders, they then also get a vote. And what that means in what our jurisprudence has brought out is affect the rights of shareholders doesn't mean that the business is going to be sold to someone. It doesn't mean that the assets are going to be sold or that you will have a reduced shareholding. It is, in fact, that the rights that attach to your shares or the nature of your share is being changed. Anything short of that, then the vote can go through without shareholder approval. And we also have, if a plan is not adopted, there is mechanisms to cram down creditors, so set aside the vote of dissenting creditors, because the idea of the business rescue regime is to continue to move forward and adopt the plan and restructure the business. So there is a process through which creditors can make a offer for your vote, and assuming you agree or disagree with that offer, if you agree, then you get paid, and then the vote goes through. If you disagree, then there is no vote, or there is no deal between you and that creditor. And the other mechanism left to the practitioner and creditors is to set aside your vote. So one of the ways in which this presents itself is a secured creditor votes against a plan that sees them getting 100 cents in the rand, but they are either disposing of the asset in a way that they don't agree with or in a manner that they would have done differently. But the rest of the creditors are being prejudiced as a result of their actions. And in that scenario, you can go to court and have the vote set aside on the basis that it's inappropriate. Again, last part is business rescue terminates when the proceedings are converted into a liquidation, where the practitioner has implemented a adopted plan and they finalize that process, or if a business rescue plan has been proposed, it has been rejected, there hasn't been an offer to creditors, or there hasn't been a setting aside of the vote on the basis that it's inappropriate. And then lastly, I've just set out some critical success factors that we found in our environment relating to a business rescue process. So it's about good practitioners, a good pre-assessment process, PCF, reliable financial information, motivating staff, ensuring that management is engaged, or you keep the key players on that board or in management, and involvement of creditors through the process. And again, the one that we found was very useful in SAA was the ability to modify, vary, and cancel contracts. Oh, sorry, the other part I didn't tell you about that was the aircraft lessors at the commencement of business rescue had a 70 billion rand claim against SAA. And through that section 136, where we proposed to terminate their contracts because they were onerous and we weren't flying and we didn't need them, we managed to get them down to a 1.6 billion rand payment. So 70 billion rand to 1.6. And that is the power of utilizing the resources available to you. A lot of it was also contextual. They had surplus airplanes, we weren't flying, similar to the pilots. We said, what's the worst you could do? We can keep some of your airplanes, we can do it for cheaper, we can help you at least resettle the other airplanes through our network of other airlines that may have wanted similar type aircraft. And so one of the benefits of this thing is you go from, I think it was almost 90 billion in debt to a debt-free company. Today, SAA is flying. It is flying regional routes, Cape Town, it's flying Durban. It flies to several regional routes in the continent. It has started flying to South America again, and it has recently gone to Australia as well, and they intend on going back to the US and to the UK. And so for years they had been struggling to try and restructure this entity, and in the space of 2 years we've managed to do what many other parties had been struggling to do. And the outcome today, through some difficult decisions, negotiation, and a lot of hard work, is that you have an entity that's far better off than it was when we started. So thank you very much. I think that is the end. So that's just the pre-assessment section. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McKenna. That was insightful. We are going to have a few questions, and Mr. McKenna, we're going to hold you there for a maximum of 3 minutes. We are behind schedule, so you'll use the 3 minutes to answer as many questions as possible.
Thank you. My name is Silva. Quickly, I'd like to ask you something around business rescue in regulated sectors. I mean, SAA is fine, it's aviation. But here I'm talking of maybe banking. I know you've had a successful rescue with African Bank. Two things. One is I know in African Bank scenario, there are a few like regulatory approvals that needed to happen. But also I'm aware that your central bank had to push through a very quick amendment through Parliament to enable transfer of assets and liabilities immediately in order to forestall a bank run that was immediate, but also to empower the business rescue practitioner to undertake the rescue. Are there any tips you can share around that? Some of the juiciest insolvencies in this market or rescues are with banks, which we look forward to doing very soon. Thank you.
Thanks. Can we get the next question? Let's try to get as many as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Makina. My name is Francesca Kakoza, and I come from a regulator. And I'm very interested in the area of the PCF, post-commencement finance, because when you're coming from the banking background, what we're looking for when we're looking at someone borrowing money or financing any entity is you're looking at capacity, you're looking at creditworthiness and collateral. Now, in the case of South African Airways, and I'm so interested because I know that probably the business was really down. You don't have any of that. How do you convince the financiers to actually put in money into this particular entity? How did you do it? And what tips do you have for us? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Richard from the teaching at LDC. In insolvency, there is the cash flow, there is the balance sheet. In your experience, where have you had more problems as a practitioner? Then, insolvency has a big rivalry between the management and the practitioner who comes to rescue the company. What is your experience and how have you been able to navigate this rivalry? Thirdly, I realized under your section 134, 1A, a secured creditor may either consent to dealing with the property. Here, our law, the secured creditor, has a right to either get into the plan or deal with the property. Is that the position in South Africa, that the secured creditor cannot deal with the property notwithstanding your plans? I thank you.
Thank you. Maybe let me just take those 6 quickly. So let me start with the last one. So navigating secured creditors' rights is obviously always difficult. In our law, a secured creditor, obviously in the business rescue context, has the ability to deal with their asset, but the difficulty is the enforcement part. So you can't enforce or execute until a business rescue plan is in place unless you want to be excluded from that process. Again, which is a court process, and the court must agree to that, which is unlikely to happen because you may have an asset that is fundamental to the rescuing of this business. What the jurisprudence provides for is if a plan regulates how your secured asset is going to be dealt with and you are going to receive a return on the liability, then it's fine. To the extent that you then have a shortfall, then there must be a consensual arrangement between the secured creditor, the business, and the practitioner about how your secured asset is dealt with. And if there isn't, then you can rely on your security documents. So if you have a bond, you can enforce it. You can arrange for a sale of your assets to be dealt with in that way. But usually that doesn't happen before a business rescue plan is presented and adopted, because the moratorium in place is set to provide the company with that breathing space for creditors not to execute against it during that period. And so what the secured creditors' focus is on ensuring that they have the right terms that apply to them in the business rescue plan. So their focus shifts from execution to the development of the plan and a contribution to an outcome that suits them as well. In relation to the board versus the practitioner has the right to, or as I said, becomes a super CEO, as it were. And so the board takes instruction from the practitioner, even though the practitioner may have been appointed by the board. And that conflict of previously being in charge and now no longer being in charge presented itself in SAA as well. We had many board members that decided that rather than stay and take instruction from someone that they had appointed, that they were going to resign and leave. And that's why we advocate for the pre-assessment. The pre-assessment gives you an opportunity to see the individual that you're going to be engaging with, try to work on a governance relationship or plan. And one of the things that we've found very useful is agreeing on a delegation of responsibilities. So agree on certain functions that are going to continue to be run by management, subject to any intervention by the practitioner. So for instance, things like the board can continue with transactions with upper thresholds. So if it exceeds X amount of money, then you must get consent from the practitioner. Anything beyond that, you are entitled to continue with an aggregate threshold as well. And so again, boards are, by their very nature, only see themselves as entities of final decision making, and you are introducing another one. And so that interaction becomes a very difficult one at times, and a tense one if there isn't alignment on how to deal with things. Cash flow versus balance sheet. It is much easier to do a balance sheet restructuring than a scenario where you have a cash flow problem. In an instance where you have a entity that on paper or in reality has assets that exceed their liability, but they have a liquidity constraint, the liquidity constraint kills you first. You can't pay employees, you can't pay for water and electricity, you can't buy raw material, and so the balance sheet is great, it looks nice, you have work in progress, but you're unable to convert that work in progress into orders, into debtors. And so any day of the week, I'd rather take an entity with a diminutive balance sheet, but has cash flow or working capital in place. You are more likely to achieve a better outcome there. Because in my experience, your possible avenues in a balance sheet heavy entity or balance sheet rich entity, they lead you to a sale, inevitably. And it inevitably has to be on an accelerated basis because you don't have the liquidity to keep things as pristine as possible, which leads you down a fire sale process where value is eroded because of the speed at which you need to offload this entity. So for me, I'd rather have very little asset base, but more or sufficient cash flow to implement the restructure. Convincing lenders. One of the hardest things we had to do was convince lenders to give us money. They first said no, mind you, with the bank guarantee. We're walking around with the Minister of Finance, and he says, yes, I'll repay you in 6 months. He says, okay, so we know how much money we want 2 billion rand upfront. You're going to get paid in 6 months when the cash becomes available. We'll pay you interest. You can get a distressed entity-related interest rate. Perfect. So walk around with a piece of paper and say, please give us money. We have 4 big banks and probably another 6 medium-sized banks in South Africa. Every single one of them. Please give us money, please give us money. No. And what we fast realized, repayment wasn't the reason they were going to give us money or not. They had to believe in the ability of the company to take itself from wherever point A is where you're asking for the money to the point B or Z where your predicted next revenue will come from. And we spent quite a bit of time with experts in the aviation sector trying to convince them of what those inflection points would be and how much funding was required ultimately. The introduction of the practitioners meant that they no longer had to place reliance on existing management. They had new people who came in, who were experienced in the distressed environment, who could be honest about what the requirements were going to be, and had a reputation of telling lenders, if it's 10 billion that I need, it's 10 billion, I won't ask you for more. But if I started out at 10 and realize that it's 14, I'm not going to spend if I've only spent 1. I'm not going to spend the other 9. I'm going to come to you and say, I'm not using your facility because I know I'm 4 billion rand short. And unless you give me the other 4 billion, then we can't do what we said we were going to do. And so the integrity of practitioners in that space also was a huge factor in convincing the lenders to provide us with the funding that we needed. And there was a whole host of luck in it, to be honest with you. All of these things could have come right and the lenders could have still said no because of their historical engagement with SAA and the management at the time. It was negotiations on days on end, government intervention in terms of prevailing on the lenders as to why it was necessary to do this, and then them also seeing it and having independent confirmation of some of these things. So those items were how we convinced lenders. And then regulators. So in our market, if you do an insurance company, you're in financial services, you're going to bump into a regulator. And most regulators are uncomfortable with managing a distress scenario. What we found refreshing in the manner in which our central bank, the majority of the banking sector, and all, I think the insurance regulator as well for African Bank, the manner in which they came to the rescue of those entities, I think was very important. Without the agility to quickly respond to the reality of what was happening, it was unlikely that we would have rescued African Bank, the insurance businesses, the retail businesses, and similar to SAA, without the regulators making concessions for a state-owned entity, which was the first large state-owned entity to ever go through a distress of this nature and go through business rescue. And so regulators adapting to the realities of the scenarios that we find themselves in is very important and also uncomfortable, because regulators created the regulation to protect either the sovereign or themselves or customers from those circumstances that you now find yourself in. And I think what it takes is a a pragmatic approach from regulators rather than a systematic one, and making people jump through hoops. Like getting a banking license takes you 6 years if you do things well. But to set up a separate entity that you list on the JSE, which is our stock exchange, without any asset inside. So I think they did one of the first SPACs of that nature, and then moving the good parts of the business into it only happens if you have regulators that are willing to help you rather than to restate your problem. Because I think one of the things regulators do the first time you tell them what the issues are is they restate the problem that you already knew you had, and that's why you came to have a meeting with them. And I always find that it's one of the weirdest things, and it happens every time. You have a problem, you say, can I please have a meeting with you? This is my problem. You tell them what your proposed solutions are, and their response is your opening line. Yes, we can, if you, and then they give you a 14-page list of things that you need to comply with. And you say, but if I could have done that, I wouldn't have set up this meeting with you. I just would have done that, you know? And so regulators also engaging with these types of fora, in these types of spaces, is important for them to get a sense of what we are really dealing with and the speed with which we need to respond to some of the issues that we raised. I'll lastly share a story from yesterday. When we had the judges here, we raised with them also the issue about them as part of this system, as regulators in a certain sector, giving us judgments timelessly. And asking a judge, I know it's a joke, asking a judge when I'm going to get a judgment, I mean, the answer is how long is a piece of string? You could wait forever. And they also, in our engagement yesterday, I think realized that they play an important part in that system as well. And as parties or regulators in that fora, they need to do their best to try and assist us, whether it's a protection order to preserve the value of the assets, whether it's an appointment of administrator, receiver, whatever the case may be. They need to respond to us in a timeless manner in order for any of these things to work out. And if they don't, if any of those regulators don't play their part, then you have an economic system that falls apart. And in the case of African Bank that the gentleman raised, it would have been a run on that bank, which was African Bank. Then, because of the contagion effect, it would have been a run on the other banks as well. Because people don't know the limitation of the issues, whether it's an African Bank issue, but when people start running out the door, no one stops to ask, what are we running from? They all just start running. And so there would have been a run on the other banks as well. Our central bank and our national treasury would have had to stop access to cash and ATMs. And so there's an untold, avalanche of things that happen if you get a regulator that just restates your problem when you come to them with a complex issue. Thank you.
I think we give him another round. And at this particular point in time, I want to take special recognition to ENS Africa advocates for flying in such a special person to share with us his experience and knowledge from such a jurisdiction, a well-developed jurisdiction. Thank you very much, Donald and Tim. And Mr. McKenna, you're welcome again next year. We shall invite you again to expound more on some of the things that you have raised. I would also like to recognize the audience, the online audience. Thank you for keeping tabs with us. This hall could not accommodate everyone, So we had to accommodate our sisters and brothers outside. Also special recognition to our presenters who are already in the building. Thank you. You're most appreciated. Most so your patience. We are running behind schedule. And also special thanks and recognition to PwC for partnering with us to make sure this day is a success. Right about now, I would like to take us back to when we were waiting for the chief guest. We had Doctor. He had started on his presentation, but then we had to interrupt him and go into the opening ceremony. Oh, the Holy Spirit has just told me that I am rude. I'm speaking to people and they don't know me. My name is Hamid. I work with URSB. And seconds ago, the Registrar General just appointed me the Deputy Director of Ceremonies. So I'll be taking you through up to the end of the day. Allow me welcome Dr. Abdul Salam Waiswa to summarize his presentation because we are running out of time and we have to have a lunch break. Thank you very much.
So I'm not so much bothered about hunger, but the majority of you is not a very good state to be in, speaking to hungry faces. But please bear with me. I'll try to take you through the 4IR discussion, and hopefully I'll keep you active. I've enjoyed listening to the practitioner from South Africa. Most of what he has been talking about the South African regime, ladies and gentlemen, are summarized in my book. And I've made practical recommendations, benchmarking on the South African regime, benchmarking on the UK regime, and the US regime to recommend what we can do locally here, including proposing a text or provision that we could copy and put in our laws. So please support me. The book is out there at only 150,000, promotional price. If the demand is high, we could double the price. So better buy when stocks still last. Sorry, this thing is not moving. Can somebody help me? It's not moving. But yes, we are talking about 4IR, the fourth industrial revolution. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Technology, you can never be a full expert. So I think I'd stopped at this point. So I'll run through this presentation and avoid what I think is maybe not necessary for our discussion at this point. For fourth industrial revolution, I was saying that this gentleman, Klaus Schwab, the chairman and founder of the World Economic Regulation, brought it to public discussion in 2016. The ideas were there. The advancements in technology had already started. But this is the first recorded time when somebody proposed that maybe we've started living in the fourth industrial revolution. And what is it all about? It's about this kind of combination of the virtual world, the physical, biological, and all this facilitated and made possible through technology. So the fourth industrial revolution is about how do we use data? How do we use ICTs? How do we use automated processes to improve all the processes that had previously been done and worked on by human beings throughout the previous revolutions? So it's not like the fourth industrial revolution is introducing something that is uniquely new, but it's only recognizing that the speed at which technological advancements are taking shape, this can only be because of a revolution that is happening. And because it's only 8 years since the discussion started, to many people, the fourth industrial revolution is still a mystery. Most people think it's just a lie. It's a Western ideology. But in this discussion, I'm trying to say that yes, it might be mythical, But where you and me are, we have no luxury of time to begin to question whether the revolution started or not. What we've got to do is to see how do we harness, how do we leverage on these technologies, these advancements in technology to improve our businesses, and if the company is already in rescue, how do we use these technologies to make the business survive? Because at the time when a company is into business rescue, you don't have the luxury of time. You have a lot of pressure and a lot of expectation on you. So you have to use every available resource, skill, equipment, technology, process to aid your process as you navigate through what most times is an unknown territory. But you must be able to deliver the outcome, which is a successful rescue of this company by either keeping it alive or selling it profitably to the benefit of all other stakeholders, including the creditors, the shareholders, and any other persons. So, for our technology, I've just highlighted some of the technologies that are already recognized under the fourth industrial revolution. One of them is additive manufacturing, which is sometimes called the 3D printing. This technology mainly helps industries, but from what is written about it, they say it has potential to ease the way manufacturers produce their goods using very limited input, but producing at a very fast rate with precision. So this technology has already been embraced by some players in different markets and are already now producing products effectively, cheaply, using 3D technology. And so this already existed before, but under the 4IR initiatives, they have improved the rate at which 4D technologies can automate processes and make it possible for you to produce, if it is a shoe, effectively, very fast, using the least amount of input, and the quality will not be compromised. And all these technologies are already happening in some countries like Korea, like China, and in Europe. They have begun embracing them. Artificial intelligence, which most of us, I think, seem to relate with. To most people, AI is seen as some bit of spirit, because sometimes you can be here at Mistil, and then if you were here 2 years ago, you receive a message on your phone, "Oh, welcome back to Mistil." Then you'll wonder, who is watching me? Or if 2 years ago, you've visited some shopping arcade, as you're walking there, and if you happen to be using especially open Wi-Fi, it will tell you, "Oh, welcome back, Abdul Salam. How was the experience last time? How can we make it better for you?" IAR can help you in doing research. Those of you who are in research, you can use many artificial intelligence-enabled technologies to produce presentations with precision. I tell you, even as I speak now, if you go to AI platforms like ChatGPT, Ito AI, and put in a question, how do I use FIRE to improve my farm operations? You'll be surprised by the amount of statistics, information, and proposals the system will give you. And this is already happening. You go to Facebook, you wonder, why is Facebook sending me adverts about Bibles? Because they've seen the system has read that actually you're Christian. And most times Facebook won't send Abdul Salam a Bible verse, because they know Abdul Salam is interested in the Quran. If you go to a hospital and your problem is, let me say, gynecological problem, some countries and some hospitals are now leveraging on these technologies to read your mind and begin suggesting solutions to your problem even before you see the doctor. What does that do to you? It empowers you. By the time you reach the doctor, you already have an idea of what you could be suffering from. And then you might say, how is the computer reading into my problems? Technology is now living with us. Many times we talk about data protection, but when you walk to an arcade and you put in, okay, of course, most of them You walk there, it's just a queuing system. They don't get a lot of information about you. But some of them, if they could just get a little bit further and ask you, where do you come from? And you put in Nigeria. That information, if they aggregate it, this business might have the capacity to now know that actually, in the last 6 months, we served 100 customers. 7 of them were from Nigeria. So if we are to look for a place where we should put a branch, we shouldn't think about Entebbe. We should think about Nigeria. So as a business person, the system now begins to predict the future of your business and guides your decision making. And all these are happening because of artificial intelligence, and it comes in different forms. There are different types of AI innovations. Automation and robotics. Maybe in Uganda we've not seen a lot of automation and robotics, but when you go to countries like Japan, when you go to countries like Korea, you can go to a shop and you're served by a robot. You can be at the airport and the person checking you is actually not a human being, though sometimes dressed like a human being. You heard about Sophia, that even gives you social comfort. But when this is actually a robot, not a woman, but she's dressed properly, she'll give you a massage, and she'll give you the comfort that you need as a man. You may not even need a woman in your life if you get tied to it. Yes, you've heard about Sophia. Read about its capabilities. All this is robotics. If you're in the business, you've seen some robots that, for example, are used in demolition of structures. A structure that could take human beings 2 days to demolish, a structure like this. If you deploy robots that are properly automated, they can bring it down in less than 30 minutes at the least cost possible. All these things are happening, and this is what we are talking about, the 4th industrial revolution. 100 years ago, this was not imaginable, but now we are living in it. And what could happen? I said we are just about 8 years into this revolution. As we live, people are improving by the day. And part of this discussion is to rally all of us to see how can we use what is already available to localize it, to solve our problems as professionals, as business people, as mothers, as fathers. Technology is here to make our life easier. In agriculture, these systems can help you to deal with your irrigating, your treating your animals. Some of these systems can tell you when your animal is on heat. Some of them can help you to deal with insemination. Some of these, I saw some petrol station in Germany, leave alone these automatic ones where you get out of the car and put your coin and then they put fuel. There's no person serving you. But I saw one in Berlin where actually it was a robot. It will just come and speak to you, and then, of course, it wasn't me driving, but the driver knew what to do. But I was amazed. This was happened about 2 years ago. I don't know what it is now able to do. It's unfortunate as a country, maybe we've not seen many of these things in reality, but actually they're already happening in other countries. Customer service. Again, we have many businesses that are going down because of poor customer service. We have people that are speaking to our customers in a very rude way. They're not giving precise answers. They're not solving their problems. And that's one of the reasons why some people are leaving certain businesses. There is a bank that I was a customer for about 7 years ago, and I closed my account because they had taken 2 months to approve a salary advance to me. And when I went to another bank, they gave me the loan in 1 day because they knew who I was, they had my history, and in 1 day they gave me the money I wanted. This other bank had taken 2 months to approve because they were waiting for approvals from Suji, Kenya, Suji, South Africa, but this was little money. It took them 6 years to call me. One of the assistants called me last week. Mr. Abdul Salam, I'm calling from this bank. We are not seeing your account active. What happened? Can we come to your office? I said, it has taken you 6 years to notice that I'm not your customer? It has taken you 6 years to notice that I don't have any money on your account? I can't get to your bank. And I told them why I can't go back. I told them, tell your bosses that in this digital era, you've got to do better than that. So of course, I'm a very small customer to that bank, but I was giving them some interest. There could be so many other customers that are disappointed as me, and actually I've seen that bank closing branches. It's possible that it's because of that. So sometimes businesses are failing because of the way we are managing our customers. Now, AI can have the capability to tell you every customer that has closed an account in the last 2 weeks, and can generate a call to that customer to find out why they've closed, and then can even suggest how the customer would want to be brought back to the bank. And that can happen in a very short time using the limited data that is available within that institution. So it is important that as we are setting up businesses, let's try to embrace systems, because some of these systems are collecting data from our customers, and that data becomes useful for our business sustainability, in our service of customers, but also even when we're in trouble, we are going to see. That could be the information that the rescue expert will need to forecast the business. Our brother from South Africa was telling us how difficult it is to convince a bank to give you money. Even under normal circumstances, it's very difficult for you as a small business person to go to a bank and ask for a business loan. They'll ask you for so many questions. Now, it is worse when you are an insolvency practitioner appointed to turn around this company. You don't know where the files are, the records are incomplete, they are written in a bad handwriting, they are kept somewhere with dust. If you had installed systems with AI capability, you can just by a click play with the data and be able to forecast the revenue, sustainability of the business, and that sometimes might be the information you need in structuring your business rescue plan that you present to the creditors or even to court to show that this company is viable and it has potential to be revived. Blockchain technology. I don't want to speak a lot about blockchain. I think my brother Silva Kayondo is better at talking about some of these technologies. But blockchain also leverages on data to quicken processes and make it easy for information to be aggregated and solutions provided to many of the operational challenges that we have without necessarily any person prompting the system. It will just pick the data sets, use the ledger that have been created by the IT people and the historical data from maybe another government agency, and with that information, blockchain technology will give you a solution that can, for example, tell you by this customer walking to your bank, just put in their fingerprints. It will pull out their ID, will pull out their phone number, will pull out their home address, and you won't stress them with filling a form about where you live, how old you are, what's your mother's name. All that information will be available. Of course, somebody is going to say about data protection. Data protection is a big concern. But in the fourth industrial revolution, data is the gold. And that's why every entity that is interfacing with the customers, its primary purpose now, is to collect as much data as possible. How would you do it? Get consent from the customers. Ensure that the information you're collecting is good enough. Maybe not very private identifying information, but use it in a way that facilitates your business. Because at the end of the day, you are in a business to be in business, not to be a charity. You are in business to survive, and no one will help you to survive. You've got to become innovative, to use the resources available to you. And how do you get consent from our customers? Many of us, even here, we've signed there and put our numbers. Did anybody from URSB tell us why we were putting our phone numbers, why you're putting your name? Your number is now a personal identifying piece of information. Did you need a lecture why you're putting a number? No, because we are trusting that URSB is a credible institution. They are getting this information about us for good. Now that information becomes handy for URSB when they are planning for us next time. If they look at that data sheet, they will be able to say, we got 50 participants. They are within this age range. These were the number of women. These were the women. These were the men. I don't think we had any man or woman in the room. With that information, URSB can customize the next training to meet our expectation. To the extent by the time we all leave here, no one is saying, well, the content wasn't good or the presenter wasn't good. Even as I'm speaking to you, you could be, if we had some technological interfaces, you would be giving me feedback on, for example, how I'm speaking to you. You don't have to wait for me to end, and then you say, oh, Abdul Salam, you're shouting. Abdul Salam, you're being rude. You can give me feedback right away, and I'll be able to address you better. So technology and blockchain and automation can make this all possible. Now, high-speed internet, 5G, to many people, 5G seems to also, again, like a ghost. People talk about 5G, you are going to have antennas all over, but 5G is about high-speed internet connection. We are all downloading information, and we are talking about data being critical. There is no way you can utilize data if the rate at which you are accessing that data is slow. And then also these systems, as they communicate to each other, if it's this microphone with a chip that is transcribing my speech, it requires fast-speed internet to the control room for it to be able to transcribe, even for my brother in Mayuge, who is unable to speak English, to hear what I'm saying in Rusoga. Also to somebody in Karamoja, somebody in Barara. All that is possible if we have high-speed internet. And 5G is presenting such benefits. In future, inshallah, God willing, our specs will become antennas. Your shoe could become an antenna. So the telecommunication companies may no longer need to put up so many towers that connect and make it easy for you to download effortlessly. People will be hired to put a small chip on their specs, on their neckties, and when you're in this room, you are servicing the entire room. So they don't have to invest in fiber cable. They don't have to invest in a big tower. One person with one chip in a room is able to service everybody. This is where the world is going, and this is what 5G is about. You are going to see so many antennas. Our operators in Uganda, MTN, Airtel, are already using 5G. Those of you who are using Apple, I'm sure you're already seeing 5G, and even Samsung has begun. This is just the beginning. We are yet to see a lot more about what 5G can do, but basically it's about increasing connectivity, making it easy for people to seamlessly communicate using the available networks. Sorry. Where is the relation between business rescue and 4IR? Many of you, I'm sure, have been asking, why is this relevant to us? Business rescue, ladies and gentlemen, is about how you save a business from the risk of going down to regain solvency and regain its normal operations. There are so many definitions about what business rescue means, and I put many in my book here. But all of them rotate around that. How do you help this business that is on the conveyor belt to extinction? I call it sometimes death. How do you save it from leaving high dependence, the main ward? Maybe it is moving to the high dependence unit. It's going to ICU. How do you help it not go beyond ICU to the mortuary? That's what business rescue is about. So any step, any process that could make it easier for you to protect this business that could be suffering distress, whatever level of distress, regain its normalcy, restructure its operations, and continue operating normally, that is a rescue intervention. The rescue interventions are many. We have the formal, we have the informal. The law, the Insolvency Act, mainly focuses on the formal administration, which starts as provisional administration. But by the time you become eligible for administration, you must already be having symptoms of distress. You must be financially distressed. But again, we say that for you to be rescued, do not wait to already be in the ICU. You must move early enough and take yourself to the hospital. And the hospital is the insolvency practitioner. The hospital for businesses is the insolvency practitioner. You are the doctor. Somebody comes to you saying, my company, I'm no longer able to pay rent on time. I'm not paying my staff. I'm getting a lot of demands from URA. I'm no longer able to sleep because of so many demands from many creditors. When you're in that state, it means that you're financially sick. Now, when you're financially sick, it doesn't help when you run and hide in a room, like most people do. What helps you is if you walk to a hospital, speak to a professional, narrate to them your problem, and then they diagnose your problem and prescribe medication on how they can change your life. Corporate rescue is about that. And therefore, I'm saying in this presentation that for IR and these technologies have potential to help businesses both during normal times to thrive, but also even during the bad times, how they can avoid sliding further into their trouble. And this can all be done through the technologies we are talking about. And I'm going to explain that why and how. Now, financial distress is the primary trigger of rescue mechanisms. In fact, there are many cases where it is clearly stated, and even under our law, if a company is not sick, then it's not a candidate for rescue. And as an insolvency practitioner, when somebody comes to you, the first test is to find out whether this company is actually sick. And how do you determine the sickness? By looking at its operations. Is it able to pay its ongoing liabilities? And under our law, any company that has a debt that is due but not paid, and that debt value is 2 million, it means that it is actually unable to pay debts. And for an individual, 1 million, it means that you are unable to pay debts. There are many cases where courts have ruled that it does not matter how big your asset portfolio is. For as long as you are not able to pay your going concern debts, you are unable to pay your debts and you become a candidate for rescue procedure, even liquidation, because at that point, you've fallen short of your financial obligation. Now, there are many causes of financial distress. I cannot possibly go through all of them. The internal ones, the external. The internal ones largely rotate around management and corporate governance. And this is a very common issue for most of our companies in this country. They are suffering from this problem. There is mismanagement by the owners. And for family businesses, it is even worse. You find there are no financial structures. The money is earned, you pocket it in this thing, you go and buy chips, you go and pay somebody, you don't recognize it in your books of accounts, and the company is just surviving by the grace of God. Corporate governance. We are one of the countries where the law talks about every private company, for example, having a board. But those boards are not operationalized. You find the same two shareholders are the board members. They never meet except when they have to pass a resolution. There are no discussions on how we can improve the situation of the company. There are no external parties. Everybody is running the company like a private, small thing. And that is a big issue that is actually causing many companies to struggle. Even those that appear good on the surface, internally, they are sick partly because of that. When you do a diagnostic review of those companies, you'll find they're struggling and they're about to fail just because of that. Now, we have the external factors, but research shows that external factors, serious as they are, they don't usually bring down a company. It is the internal factors that usually trigger the collapse of companies, because all these factors, changing market conditions, they don't affect just you. They affect the entire economy. But how come it is only your company that is collapsing? South African Airways that I've been talking about wasn't the only airline in the industry. We have Qatar, We have Emirates that are thriving. We have Ethiopian Airlines that is actually very successful, the best in Africa. So the reason why South African Airlines may not have, is struggling, and it's good our brothers are trying to revive it, it's not because the company wasn't even maybe making many routes, but it was largely because of this poor management, poor customer service, the delays, the cancellations, the costs are expensive, they are not on the ground. So that's why I put a rider that these external factors are important to consider. But usually as a rescue expert, when you're analyzing the external factors, don't overpay attention to them. Because most times these ones are not affecting your company only. They affect the entire market. And a good manager should be able to predict and say, oh, COVID has hit. How do we survive? How do we weather? How do we survive through the storm and reach where we are going? Can we downgrade even before they become insolvent? Things like entry of aggressive competitors in the market. Competition will always be there. Whatever you do, there will be another person who can compete against you. And never start a business with the mindset that you are going to be the only one. It is not there. Even in our small social businesses, like marriages, when you enter marriage, you must always remember that there is competition. There's somebody looking at your wife every day saying, oh, I wish I could have her. There's a person looking at your husband saying, I wish I could get him. That is competition. So even in a marriage, every day you wake up, how do I make my husband stick to me? How do I make my wife only believe in me? Don't focus on how many people are looking at her or him. Focus at your game. So even for business, do not waste a lot of time looking at the many competitors. Make your business unique and provide value to customers. Onerous regulatory obligations, I'll talk about zombies. I'll talk about number 6 and number 7. Zombies in the sector. Zombies, according to Professor Vanessa Finch of the London School of Economics, she says a zombie company is a company that operates like it is normal, but when in actual sense it's a ghost. It is dead, but it pretends to be alive. And for it to remain alive, it comes up with different practices to keep it able to meet its short-term obligations. But when in actual sense, it died long time ago. So such companies usually, they come up with very aggressive pricing models. They come up with very crazy discounts. As other people are selling their phones, let me give an example of phones. Somebody is selling their phones at 1 million. Another company comes and says, I'm selling mine at 300. But it does the same thing as the other phone. Or somebody's, if it's a car, it's a transport. Somebody is charging from here to Mbarara 30,000, but this person comes with their bus and says, for me, give me 15. The question is, where are they getting their fuel? How are they paying their staff? Most times, zombie companies come up with models that are only intended to keep them afloat for a short time without looking at the long-term survival of the business. Now, the danger with such companies is that if you don't manage them early enough as a sector, they will bring down everybody. It's like a bad apple in a basket. You've seen sectors where one company will come up with a crazy discount, and then you'll see almost everybody moving, rushing to announce discounts. You've seen it in the banking sector, you've seen it in the telecom sector. Now, if the sector is not regulated to manage those discounts, it can easily cause a rundown in the sector. And many strong players will end up collapsing because of one zombie. And that's why for some regulated sector like the ICT, like the banking sector, before you see a telecommunication company announcing a discount, UCC will have first of all looked at that discount, analyzed its potential effects on the sustainability of the market. The reason why we do that is to ensure that you don't come up with a discount that is going to drag even healthy businesses to also discount, and at the end of the day, everybody collapses. And when everybody collapses, there is a problem in the economy. That's what regulators do. Now, we have many zombies in our country. And many experts say that when you see a zombie in the industry, either treat it early enough to get out of its zombie status so it can become normal. Or if you discover that you cannot treat it, kill it. Kill it, because when you get it out of the market, by revoking the license, by closing it, then you save other businesses. These are the companies that you find they are paying their CEO 100 million. But when another successful company is paying its CEO 50 million, then the question is how? The reason is partly because they're struggling to maintain the status of having a credible CEO. But to what end? They do that, they end up reducing the quality of service. They don't service customers, they undercut you, they promise they've given you 2 liters when they've given you 1 liter. That is how they survive, and that is a danger to the market. And according to many experts, including Professor Vanessa Finch, she says zombies are a very common cause and trigger of market failure in the industries. And regulators and governments are called upon to detect zombies and close them early enough. So when you see Bank of Uganda sometimes rushing to close a bank, it's because they've identified that bank as a zombie. So they are trying to protect the other industry and the customers. When sometimes you see UCC closing a TV or a radio or a telecom, it's because they have identified a problem that this one should be eliminated for the good of the sector. Delays in payment of debts. This is a very common issue. In my book, I try to explain how delays in payment of customers causes business failure. And I've also picked codes and practices from other countries like South Africa, like the UK, on how the market players have tried to deal with this issue. In Uganda here, there are many businesses that prefer to hold their suppliers' money for as long as even 2 years. For no clear reason. They'll keep the money, you do business for somebody, you give them an invoice, but they don't pay you for a whole year. When actually the company is healthy. The company has money. It is proud to say, we made profits of so much, but you have receivables. Now, at individual level, that might seem like you're very happy, you are making a lot of sense in the sector, but actually you're causing many businesses to collapse. It is worse for government. Most of the big players in this country supply government. But there are people who are supplying government and they are taking years without being paid, and they are collapsing. Remember, when you issue an invoice, you end up returning, URI is asking for VAT on it, NSSF requires the staff payment, you have regulators' fees to be paid, you have rent and other obligations. So you end up collapsing, not because you've made a mistake as an individual, but because somebody is holding your money. And that's why, as insolvency practitioners, when a company comes to you for advice, try to identify and see if indeed it has a huge receivable portfolio. If you identify that, one of the first steps you need to take is to institute aggressive debt recovery measures against those other companies, including, for the sake of your customer, including instituting insolvency proceedings against that other company. Because some of them feel too big to be brought down. But then in their bigness, they are causing your misery. So because the law says that any person who has not paid debt of more than 2 million, beyond the time agreed upon, is unable to pay debts. So for some of these businesses, you need to threaten them with insolvency proceedings. And if they are regulated businesses, if it's a bank, if it's a telecom, and you issue it with a statutory demand because of a debt not paid, that can push them to pay your debt very fast because they know the regulatory and legal repercussions of you starting insolvency proceedings. But the main point is, do not hold people's money. If you have money and somebody has done their work, pay them. In Islam, the preachings of our prophet say that when somebody does work for you, pay them even before their sweat dries up. You have a work at home, he's been sweating, he has done the work. Pay them even before their sweat dries up. That's the principle. I know many of us run businesses. Please don't be proud that you are not paying your customers. It's not a very good thing. And many countries are now making it an unacceptable business practice for which you can actually be sanctioned by the regulator and even be blacklisted from any further supply. Now, how can 4IR minimize some of those triggers of business rescue, of financial distress? Of course, the list of causes is not exhaustive. You could have many, many causes of financial distress. We are saying that the biggest value that 4IR technologies present is efficiency in business processes. And yet, most of those internal and external causes of business failure are triggered by inefficiencies, either poor planning or delay in doing what you're supposed to do, or not being responsive to customers, or reasons surrounding that. Very few businesses die naturally. Most of them die because of mistakes. And that's why the role of insolvency practitioners is to identify those mistakes, treat them, and then keep the company running for as long as it can. And that's why the principle is the company survives its shareholders. That is the history of that discussion. Now, technologies can help companies to improve their analytical capabilities. Technology like big data, cloud computing, and AI help businesses to analyze their operations, and most times even propose models through which the businesses can be guided out of their troubles. Now, for this to be able to work for you, you must have set the structure within your business to, one, collect data about your customers, to look at what you're supplying, who are the customers you're serving, what are your legal obligations, with all that information kept on a database. If we use these technologies, it can become easy for you as a company director to know, I'm seeing a problem here. There is an issue here. Our asset to risk ratio is getting out of hand. Now, for many businesses, they don't know. They think they're working. They think the business is doing well. But they never look at how much they'll put in to keep that business going. So many businesses are so busy. They're doing a lot of sales. But when you look for the money, you can't see it. I saw the other day there is a director of a supermarket that pleaded guilty to a tax fraud involving not paying VAT of, was it about 8-point-something billion. But this is a supermarket. Now, VAT is not your money. VAT is money from a customer. This director of this company may not have known that actually the supermarket was not paying VAT. He didn't have the tools to maybe alert him that actually you collect VAT from so many people, you must remit it. And maybe he didn't know the implication of not remitting VAT. But also, when a company accumulates VAT of 8.8, ideally its revenues should be way more than that, because VAT is only 18% of your sales. So where is the 72%? I mean, sorry, the 82%. That was your revenue. Did you look at the cost of the input? So there are so many businesses that are doing what is called overtrading. I didn't mention it, but overtrading is one of the other causes of financial distress. A business is aggressively opening so many branches. It is running everywhere, but when actually it's not making money. It's promoting a lot, advertising a lot, you're seeing it everywhere on TV, but when actually it's not making money. That is overtrading. And that is partly because you are not looking at your records. And why that happens? Because most of our business are using manual systems. If you use cloud computing, if you use analytical data analysis, if you use automation, you can get all that data. And as a business leader, it can help you to assess the health of your business at that time. And maybe, just maybe, it could help you salvage the business even before you engage a professional from outside to come and rescue the business. Customer service and 4IR. As I said, customer service is one of the key triggers of distress. Customers get tired of poor service. They close business. They go to competition. Why? Because they're not being responsive to them. These systems, 4IR technologies, if you sit down with an expert to tell you how can I improve it, can help you to get your customers better. You will be able to know the choices, the preferences of your customers, and that will help you in two ways. One, if you are a business, you are a shop, you are a supermarket, you are a restaurant, you will know what your customers need most. So if you're a restaurant and you know that most of your customers on Friday order for chicken more than goat's meat, then you will know that on Friday I don't have to stock goat's meat. Or if I was prepared maybe 2 goats, I'll only put 1, and then I will double the chicken. That way, you are avoiding having excess supplies that you don't need. But also, you avoid disappointing your customers who will come and say, I want chicken, and they tell you it's not there. We've sold out. You can predict what your customers need. There are supermarkets like, I'll mention Cafe Java's. You find, when you walk in there, you find those beautiful ladies welcoming you, directing you to where you should sit. I wish they had a system at the entrance. And for example, we'll tell you, we'll ask you some basic questions. Where you stay and what you've come to order. Or even if they can't ask you because that is onerous, at the point of making the order, they tag that order to the customer that has come in, such they can know that most of the customers that come order for maybe jack chicken. And most of these customers are within this age group. Most of these customers stay in, let me say, Nalia. Very few stay in Ibulova. So it will help you if you are Cafe Javas, I'm using that as an example. If you are choosing where to open another branch, it won't be Ibulova. It will be Nalia. Because most of your customers are coming from where? But also in terms of what they have picked, instead of stocking a lot of the European menu items that maybe not many young people are ordering for, you reduce them, and therefore you avoid having food prepared with no customers buying it. Because a number of companies are struggling because you brought in stock, no one is buying. It could be a supermarket. You bring in shoes that are out of date. You bring in dresses that women no longer wear. It's because you didn't read the market. Now technology can help you to predict your consumer choices, and therefore you will appropriately invest and stock the right products for your customers, and that way you'll have a chance of maintaining, one, customer satisfaction, but also avoid disappointing them. Because all of us, we want to be treated well, and we want to find what we went for available. As I finish up, cash flow projections. Most of our businesses have no records. But through ICT and 4IR technologies, you can easily generate cash flow records to tell you how much you've sold every day and how much you've sold in a week. And that can help you when you are still running the business to know, am I really making any money? If my cost was 2 million and I've only been able to sell 1.2 a day, yet my rent is 500, maybe I should no longer be in Kampala. I should go to another smaller place where I can survive, because rent is a constant expense. So it helps to make those critical decisions as to where your business should be located, but also how to manage. Maybe do I need all these employees? If you have only served 20 people in a week, but you have 15 employees, do you need all of them? That will be the reason for you now to say, let me now reduce on my debt collection. Many businesses are working, I mentioned, but either they are not issuing invoices, or when they issue invoices, they don't collect them. Because the person in accounts either only remembers, oh, we have not called this person. But if you had a system that can tell you which customer you served and which invoice is due, and when it is supposed to be collected, that system can prompt both your debt collection officers, but even you as a CEO, to make a decision that maybe I have so many people that have not paid, I need to employ more debt collectors as opposed to customer service officers or salespeople. That helps you. Negatory expenditure, I think that I can leave it. Now, how can we facilitate the same approaches that we've been using? I mean, the same way 4IR helps a company when it is healthy, also work when it is sick. But I've just added a few other things that, again, through 4IR, you can be helped as an insolvency practitioner to generate a more convincing and justified business rescue plan. As you know, from the time when you are appointed as a provision administrator, you are given 30 days to produce a business rescue plan, which you must present to the creditors before they can either approve to extend your provision administration or sign an administration deed. Now, that time is too short. Of course, the law talks about a possibility for you to apply to court to extend it. But even in court, you must demonstrate that there is reason why you should be given more time. Now, if you had technology that could help you to generate these reports, cash flow, asset register, and business projections over a period of, say, 5 years, it becomes very easy for you to know where the problem is and come up with the proposals on how you can revive this company. And that is what the creditors and other stakeholders most times will be interested in. Remember, when a company is struggling, the directors may not be there. And especially in Uganda, unlike South Africa, the law says upon commencement of provision administration, the directors cease to have control. So most times they'll go home. The law gives you mandate to compel them to give you information. But most times they won't participate, they won't cooperate with you. You need capacity from within to deliver on your job. And technology can be that person you can rely on to produce the reports without necessarily relying on employees that most times may not even be happy with you, that you've taken over their business. Engaging stakeholders, most times there are so many meetings that are supposed to be held during administration, provision administration. Technology, again, we've already seen Zoom, Teams, and others. You can do that using these technical. Of course, the other is marketing your business better. You can improve the way the business operates. Because as you know, as an administrator, you have a duty to keep the business running. You cannot easily rescue a company when it is closed. And most times, you're a lawyer, you are an accountant, you are managing an airline, you are managing a hospital, you are managing a school. You don't have a lot of expertise in it. And sometimes, actually most times, you don't have money to hire a professional. So if technology can make it easier for you to get information and strategies on how you can turn around a school, that can help you minimize the expenditure of employing many professionals to support you on your team as we work towards reviving the company. Time is running, so I'm finishing. Is business rescue important? Of course it is important. There are many benefits. But most importantly, it helps preserve jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have a duty to protect this country from the unemployment problem. And every time a business closes, there are people crying immediately. And in Uganda, it is worse, because every time a company enters liquidation or administration, employees' contracts are terminated by operation of law. We are not like South Africa, where, as the senior counsel, as a practitioner mentioned, for them, the law, even you as a risk expert, you have no mandate to terminate. The government is very positive. Is presenting a roses journey. And there are many roles to be performed by different players, including you and me. And that's why I make this call to all of us. This is not just a government issue. All of us need to accept that 4IR is here with us and see what small role can you play to support the adoption and the improvement in these technologies to solve our problems as Uganda. We may not have to wait for the Chinese or for the Americans to come and give us a solution. Can we come up with our own? I want to just close with this issue of at individual level. We need to improve our ICT skills. as lawyers, as accountants, sometimes we say this thing can only be done by experts. But sometimes, even when you have an expert, you also need to have the expertise to query what the expert has done. Now, do not sit back and say that for me, I'm 50 years, I'm 60 years, I don't have to learn about artificial intelligence. My friend, you can learn at any age. So do not despair. Learn, read. There's a lot of information online about all these solutions. Then for the youth, many of them are very agile. They can use computers. They have smartphones. This nature are important. And I think the earlier we come to terms with it and we move away from the doubt that the revolution is here, the better. We just have to be blessed, to feel blessed that we are alive when the revolution is starting and position ourselves to harness the many, innumerable, countless benefits that this revolution presents to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of my presentation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Waiswa. I think his presentation is long. Is it from the book?
Now, let me give a bit of context, general context. For example, when we had COVID, we saw regulators coming up to give relief to the different sectors on how they can survive. But here we are dealing with a sector that is unregulated, affected by changes in the market, which is an external factor, and therefore that change in the market. I want to hear your comment about that. And this is a Ugandan situation, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Doctor, we can take that.
I can take that. Yes, I think it's true that there are those pervasive factors that will come and hit everybody. But like I said, most of these external factors hit everybody. If they find you prepared, you immediately switch business from one business line to another for you to survive. Did you see some manufacturers of beer that during COVID, they quickly shifted and began producing sanitizer? Did you see that? The number of businesses that were not making masks, but in just a week or so, they began producing masks. So any business must be built with capacity to be agile and to respond to the realities on the ground. But also to answer your question, for businesses in unregulated sectors, unfortunately, you may not have a regulator to directly guide how you should work. But most times, the good thing, the pressure to those businesses is coming from either the banks that are recalling the loans, from service providers that have stopped providing services to them. Now, that is now where regulators like Bank of Uganda come in to, for example, issue directives that banks should not recall loans. And I think you saw Bank of Uganda doing that. In my book, I make a proposal which is working in the US, that, for example, during such times of distress, when a company goes into formal rescue mechanisms, as opposed to just hiding in the hood, it will be protected and be guaranteed of service from the critical service providers. Because in Uganda, most times when you have distress, National Water will disconnect you, the telecom company will come and disconnect you, URA will come and shut you down, a bank will recall and sell your business assets and even your home. You see the point? Now, rescue framework is supposed to help people during that time of need, to help you to remain afloat as you find in your balance. And there are many proposals. Of course, our law, we are grateful for what we currently have, because there are countries without even a law like ours. But there is a lot more we can do about our law to make it stronger, to protect businesses even at such a time. To, for example, say that no telecom company should withdraw service to your company during that time, because that is a critical service. That National Water should not disconnect water from a hospital because it has not paid, it is suffering from distress. Because those are critical services. And in the UK, this is what they did during COVID. They issued a quick amendment to the law that made it illegal for any critical service provider to withdraw or discontinue provision of service to any business during this period. And this is how some of these businesses were kept afloat. Now, of course, in Uganda, we are not real at the same levels of the economies. But I believe step by step, if we take these measures and we embrace them, but also advise the businesses to seek for professional advice early enough, they can be guided on how they can survive now, but also in the future when they get to those stormy moments. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Waiswa. We appreciate you, and thank you for the good presentation. I have a few administrative announcements. First of all, how we're going to have our lunch. And then I also want to excite you about our next session, which is the last session of our conference. After the lunch break, we're going to have a panel discussion, and the panel discussion is going to be focusing on family businesses. I know majority of the practitioners that I deal with on a daily basis have a challenge with family businesses. Or this is a man who had a wife, at one point they separated, now they are stuck. The one who is in business is stuck. ABCD, relating to family businesses, but also the survival. How do people run their businesses to survive their generation? And that's why we have people who have experience in this and experts, the technical people who have helped such businesses thrive beyond generations. So we shall have a panel, and on the panel we shall have Mr. Cedric Mpobsinje, partner PwC Uganda, who will moderate the panel. We shall have Mr. Azza Jafar, who is the Managing Director of Fairway Hotel. We shall have Mr. Don Bujingo, who is the Managing Director, Aloisha Organic Limited. Then we shall have Mr. Patrick Matu, who is a Director at PwC, in charge of advisory. Then we shall have Mr. Anthony Chituka, the Managing Director, Equity Bank. It is such a big panel, not so? So rich. Then after that, we shall have something to do with soft skills. We stay so much in our offices, in our farms, and forget about our life. So we have someone we are bringing up around to talk about, so what after we have finished, after my contract has expired or I've hit 60 and I'm no longer a public servant, what next? So we tend to forget about that bit of our lives. And so we have brought in Afande, AIGP retired, Kasinje, who is going to give us a talk about retirement. About the admin announcements, the Regis Regional is inviting you to lunch, and we shall have lunch in 2 groups because the number is a bit big, so we are not able to fit in one place. And so we shall have our dear speakers, the presenters, the board members, members of top management of VRSB, and our sponsorship partners go to Amber Restaurant. It is a bit small, so it will accommodate a small number. Go to Amber Restaurant. The team is there to guide you to where Amber Restaurant is. And then the rest of us are going to pick lunch coupons at the exit, and we shall go to ground floor, that is Kazinga Hall, for our lunch. But if you feel you want to see what is in Amber, you can also peep and see what is there. It is the same food. Ladies and gentlemen, that is for lunch. And for the Muslim fraternity, we have created a prayer room in Aswa Hall, which is also downstairs. You will be guided to where Aswa Hall is, so that we go and also fulfill that obligation as Muslims. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like a volunteer to first of all calm us down, because we have overlaid here as we wait for lunch, to first calm us down with a prayer, then we go and have lunch. That's all. A volunteer. Rachel? Thank you very much. May you take 200% of the blessings we shall get from the prayer.
Let us pray. For every cup and plate full, Lord, we are grateful. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We shall use a maximum of 35 minutes to have our lunch so that we are able to finish the next session in time. Oh, I've been guided that it is not realistic, so we shall have 1 hour maximum for our lunch. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the lunch break. I want to imagine it was a sumptuous lunch. We are going to resume with our program. And next, we are going to have our panel discussion. And the panel discussion is going to be talking about the dynamics and experiences of family businesses and the lessons that you, the practitioners, can pick. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Patrick Matu. And I take this opportunity to request that our dear panelists take the seats. I will go through your profiles, but kindly first take the seats. Oh, we'll have the moderator to introduce his panel. So Mr. Patrick Matu, kindly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I expect high energy levels after the lunch and the break. It's a pleasure and an honor to be standing in front of you. My name is Patrick Matu, and I'm a director with PwC. Yeah. We have ourselves an interesting panel discussion this afternoon, and we'll be talking about family businesses in the context of insolvency, but more importantly, hearing from those in the first line, as it were, family business owners, not necessarily us as practitioners, but actually hearing from the family business owners, what works well, where are the challenges, and where can we help as practitioners. We also have a banker on the panel, because as practitioners we work with bankers a lot. In fact, sometimes they're the ones who bring us in as insolvency practitioners. So we also want to understand from the lender's perspective, what do they see when they're dealing with family businesses, and where can we all work together to actually help family businesses do better in Uganda. But before I bring my panel to the front, we thought as PwC it's important to provide some context, and I'll go through a quick presentation which I think is quite relevant to the discussion at hand, and share some insights regarding family businesses from our survey. The report was launched sometime last year, and it's a survey of family businesses across Africa, across East Africa, across Uganda. So it's quite interesting to see what family businesses are saying, rather than just us, guessing. It's important to see what are they actually saying. The full report is available. I think there are some copies around for those who like hard copies. For those who are more digital, you can also download it from our website. So don't feel pressed to, the report is available, and I would urge everyone to have a look at it. And in terms of context, and I think somebody talked about trust earlier in a session. The survey theme was building trust. in order for family businesses to succeed from one generation to another, not just first generation, from one generation to another, what do they need? They need trust within the family, with their stakeholders, with their customers, with their employees, but with all the other stakeholders like regulators and the likes of URA. And while in the survey there's an acknowledgement that trust is extremely important, the results are also clear that family businesses recognize the need to do much more to build that trust. And that's what we're talking about here. Trust deficit. Why do we have a trust deficit and how do we overcome it? And that's what we deal with in the survey. So what is trust? Very quickly, I won't go through all that. But you're talking about motive. Whose interests are you serving? Now, as a business, whose motives are you serving? Shareholders? Are they the only stakeholders that matter? What about your employees? What about the society at large? What is driving you? Competence. Are you good at what you do? If you actually sell goods that customers consume, are you ensuring you're sticking to the highest standard, or are you cutting corners? Means. How are you going about achieving your objectives? Are you playing fair? Fair can mean a lot of things. Are you doing the right thing? Are you bribing? Are you paying your taxes? Are you, managing environmental risks? How are you doing it? And lastly, impact. What sort of impact are you having? Are you having a positive or a negative impact? I won't go through all the results in the survey, but I'll touch on a few of them, especially those touching on trust, the trust gap. So, family businesses are saying we need the trust of our customers. 96% are saying we need the trust of our customers. So that's not in dispute. Although there's a 4% that seems to think customers are not that important in terms of trust. But we're also saying we think only 56% of our customers actually trust us. There is a trust deficit we were talking about, a 40%. Yeah? Employees. Do we need the trust of our employees? Absolutely. How many of our employees trust us? The survey respondents are saying only 47% of respondents think that their employees trust them. Now think about that from the perspective of a family business that wants to thrive and survive and go from generation to generation, from strength to strength. And you're saying less than half your workforce actually trust you. How can you achieve what you want to do? And speaking to the theme of our conference, perhaps that's part of the reason why sometimes family businesses don't go from generation to generation. Because without the trust of your employees, are you going to achieve what you want to achieve? And of course, now family, you want the trust of your family, and the trust deficit there is less, but we'll park that one for our panelists to tell us more about family dynamics and how they impact their businesses. Excuse me. So, from East Africa, again, if you extrapolate the results, we still see a lot of deficit in terms of building trust with our customers. Yeah? How many? We agree that customer trust is important, 88%. But if you go down the list there, are we putting focus or energy in understanding customer needs? Only 47% of family businesses in East Africa who responded are putting any effort in customer needs. The question then is, what kind of businesses are we running and who are we running them for? If we don't take the time to understand our customers, why are we in business? But then, if you now look at the statistics about the companies, family businesses that survive first generation, this is a pointer to why the statistics about survival are so, poor. Because sometimes if you don't think about your customers and what they need now in the future, then how are you going to survive as a business? You're not. It means what you're doing will become irrelevant at some point. That's all that means. Employees, again, the East African perspective, only 29% of our respondents are putting any focus, energy investment into attracting and retaining talent. I think we'll discuss this a lot more on the panel. I don't want to just share my views, but it's quite interesting. And these are the things that are pointing towards how family businesses end up in trouble. So we're not thinking too much about our customers, not too much about our employees. Who are we thinking about then? Ourselves? Then how do we expect to survive in the business and actually hand it over to another generation and another generation? Again, family dynamics. How are we managing the family? And even from our experience talking to family businesses, first generation builds up the business, but the family expands. They're now cousins and uncles and aunties. How are you communicating? They might not be involved in the day-to-day, but they are key stakeholders. And I think family business owners will tell us, if you don't manage them, they can be the biggest headache that you manage. Yeah. In the interest of time, I'll sort of skip all of this. Uganda. Now, these are Uganda family businesses that responded, yeah? And we are comparing 2021 and 2023. First generation, that's where a lot of the businesses are. Now, it's mostly also because of the changing nature of businesses. People are starting more businesses. But you can see there are very few that are getting into third and fourth generation. And we know that. First generation, yes. Second generation, yeah. But after that, there seems to be quite a challenge keeping the business going, and beyond that. And that's the statistics there are quite interesting. What are the long-term personal goals of the family business owners, according to the family businesses in Uganda? So protect the business as the most important family asset. Very, very high, yeah, and quite relatable to global. Create dividends for family, society and the environment, maybe less so. So as you can see, there is an acknowledgement we want to this business to serve the family beyond generation one. But then we go back to, but how do we do that if our customers and employees are not taken care of? So I suppose there is a disconnect between what the overriding objective is and how we are going about it, isn't it? Sustainable business practices. The tax one is an interesting one. So we see tax as a cost, which means it needs to be minimized. That's very high. Versus we see the value in paying for our share. I mean, we sort of relate to that even in our own businesses. But it's a good question as to how do we see tax and our role as family business. And family governance. And I think family governance is quite important because it can have a direct impact on the survival of the business. And we've seen this. Yeah? So how do you manage families and the interested parties in the family? You have a shareholders agreement. You can see from a Uganda context, very, very few of our family businesses have anything like a shareholders agreement. Employee family employment policy, or do we just employ family because they are family? Yeah, and these things are quite important because we've seen examples. You know, an example of a supermarket retail chain in Kenya, which has gone down primarily because of family wrangles. If everybody in the family is fighting and going to court, will the business survive? It won't. And it's because of the governance aspects of it. As I said, I won't take too much time on the presentation, but in terms of what we're talking about here is building trust and bridging the trust deficit. And from an insolvency practitioner perspective, when we come in to help these family businesses, this is one of the things we need to be asking ourselves. Where is the deficit? If somebody is not taking care of their customers, if the employees are unhappy or the family wrangles, how can we help save the situation in order for us to have a form of business rescue, whatever form that takes, beyond let's sell the assets, pay the creditors cents on the dollar, and let's all move on. Yeah? With those few remarks, I'd like to invite my panelists on the stage, and in no particular order, I should insist. Mr. Don Bujingo, the Managing Director of Alicia Organics. In the interest of time, I won't read the whole profile. You have it in front of you. Mr. Bujingo, welcome to the stage. Round of applause for our panelists. Mr. Anthony Kichuka, who is the Managing Director, Equity Bank, Uganda. Mr. Jafar is the MD of Fairway Hotel and runs a few other businesses. Welcome to the stage. I was also supposed to be a panelist, and I should have said that Cedric was our moderator initially. Unfortunately, he's not feeling well, so I had to step in for him for the presentation and as a moderator, and I'll now serve as a moderator and as a panelist, so please bear with me if I speak a lot. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us, and we'll start off with a question that will allow each of you to introduce yourself a bit more and perhaps give us your perspectives on your experience as a family business owner, why it has worked. For example, if you know in your third generation, what has worked, what challenges you faced, and how you've gone about getting to where you are in the business. And for our banker, your experience lending and dealing with family businesses as clients, and what that experience has been in Uganda.
So thank you very much. My name is Azar Jaffer. I am the current managing director of Fairway Hotel. I'm a fourth generation Ugandan. My family immigrated here in the 1800s. Fairway Hotel used to be my great-grandfather's family home in the 1920s. In the 1960s, to host the first ever Pope's visit to Uganda, my grandfather turned it into a hotel, and it was named Fairway because of the proximity to the golf course. Since then, it's gone through 3 different generations of management, and now it's ended upon me. So that's my introduction.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Bujingo Don Patrick, serving as Managing Director at Aloysia Organic Natural Health Products. It's a 12-year family business, and this is the second generation. So I took over this business after the passing of my mother to COVID-19 in 2021. Many of you who you could have known the late Hajat Aisha Nakasuja. That was my mother. So, and it's been a journey because there's always an entry moment. And I think for me, that is what counts as most important, how we introduce the next generation into our businesses, what they perceive of them, how they appreciate them, how they understand the entire processes, the people you deal with, who you know, what you know them for, and how you build relationships with them. So it's now coming to 3 years after the passing of our mother, but each and everything we've been able to do has been simply because this transition was made easier because we simply took on the very relationships, the friendships, the networks, suppliers, the employees, the entire team that the business held. Some changes happened along the way, but certainly the beginning is very, very important. So I'll be happy to share more. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anthony Shtuka, Managing Director of Equity Bank Uganda Limited. I'm a zero-generation business person. I'm a small banker. I think their job is to make money. My job is to look after it and keep it and grow it. I think we'll get into details, interest of time, in terms of what we're doing in terms of family businesses and our experience with them. But I think just to give you a flavor, family businesses in Uganda seem to be, in terms of the local entrepreneurs, I suppose, there are certain families, mainly of Asian origin, to be honest, Ugandan Asian origin, who are the main family businesses who are banked. Of course, we're seeing a number of Ugandan or local indigenous Ugandan organizations picking up. But we'll talk about some of the issues, the pluses and the minuses. But there is some work to be done because if you look around the world, most of the big families, I mean the Waltons, there are also so many families who have succeeded past generations, and they have used financial services to the great benefit. Some of them have even become presidents, but I won't touch that right now. Let's move into the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for that introduction. And I'll pick up on a point there and ask our two family business owners. The first question: what have you done so far to ensure the success of, the continued success of the business, and not just you, but as a family from first generation to where it is? What were those things that were done, and what were the critical factors to get you to where you are, and what are you doing now, you individually, to ensure that that success continues into the future? For both of you can start, Mr. Jaffa, and then Mr. Bujingo can also take over.
So I'll start by telling you a little bit about how I got involved in the business. I used to live in Canada where I studied. I would come here every summer as a young child. And my parents got me involved in the business in small ways. So for example, back in the day, we would show movies in the center of the hotel. So I would set up a little popcorn stand or a little soda stand and start understanding how money works. Growing up, I used to spend a lot of time in my dad's office and just observing the way he spoke with people. Whenever he moved around the hotel, he greeted everyone. Whether you were a cleaner or a manager, he would greet you. So that humility is what I learned from those experiences. When I finally graduated in 2009, I moved back here. My dad made me start at the very bottom. So I worked in housekeeping, I worked then in food and beverage, I worked in the kitchen, I folded laundry, I've made croissants. And working in every part of the business gave me a better fundamental understanding of how the entire business works. When my father passed away 5 years ago, when I was able to take over, I did it without any issues because I understood every part of the business, because he had made me work from the bottom. It wasn't easy, because when I first started in housekeeping, I'm like, hey, I'm the boss's son, why am I sweeping? But I feel through that process, it also made me understand the issues from ground up, and that's very important. Some of the learnings and some of the things we have used to make it easier for family business transition is, first is expectations. What did they expect out of me, and what did I expect? At the beginning, I think I was the longest unpaid intern in Fairway's history. I was just working without a salary. And then it came to a point where I said, I'm working here, I need to also get some benefit. So the expectation from both sides is very important. Transparency. There should be time for family time and time for business talk. It came a point where every dinner, every breakfast, we were just talking about business. So that was the only communication. So we set guidelines that, okay, every Friday morning we'll have a meeting. All of us, my grandfather, my father, and myself will sit, and we will sit and discuss things of business. But out of that meeting, it's family. So I think having that transparency and open communication is very important. And finally, in terms of decision-making processes, there were 3 of us, but my grandfather was more in control. So even if my father and I would vote for something and he voted against, sometimes he would have to go because he was the chairman.
At school, into the business, it never happened the very way expected. And this is the complexity of family business, because there's an element of family, there's another element of business, which somehow have to create an intersection of family business, which is very complex. And I think it's nice that we have the practitioners, insolvency practitioners, in the room, because your efforts are really to save business owners. You know, you need to save them from, this syndrome that we all know about. And the journey becomes an interesting one, because through watching my mother do what she did, I then built passion. I learned so many things from her, not because she ever sat down to talk to us, but I always learned by observing. The people that she met, exhibitions that we went to, it was very important and a good learning point for me. So when I finished my bachelor's, she was very, very involved in ensuring that I pursue further education. So in 2018, I left for my master's in France. And if you remember, one of the worst things that happened in 2020 was COVID-19. So it was just 1 month to my return. And I remember insisting and complaining that, let me just spend this 1 month, I graduate, and then I come back. And Mom insisted that I needed to be back, the business needed me to be around, and I had to ensure that I'm present. Please be reminded, the rest of my siblings are still in school to date. So these are very youngsters, and she was counting on me to be able to run the business. But I also had an internship when I was in France. I did my internship with L'Oreal, one of the biggest cosmetics companies in the entire world. So we had this great, great mentorship from an international standard, and I was even being connected to Nairobi to see if I could join their office. But Mom really insisted that I needed to come back. And guess what happens? 2 weeks after my return in 2020, COVID hits the entire world. And all my colleagues who had stayed back in France had to stay in their rooms for so many months without even stepping out because of the pandemic. So on that return, I think for me it was a very, very timely moment to re-engage into the business, understand how the business had been working, because I'd held several positions in digital marketing, marketing manager, and this for me was a passion of my own. So this level of practicing this business and its whatever was involved during COVID-19 was a tough one. We then had to start to see how to deliver products. And just when we thought we had mastered what it took to run the business during COVID, my mom passed on due to COVID-19. So it's been a lot to do with sustaining the business, but thank God, she had registered the business fully, and it was in her names and the names of all her children, and everything was quite clear as per the business. So the transition was a bit easier because documentation had been made outrightly. And for me, I think up until now, there's been a lot to do with ensuring there's governance that is proper and ideal to run the business. I've had a chance to get a good education, and I don't think there's anything that I would ever complain about that she never did to ensure that I can run the business. So for the future, now the challenge is upon me. Will I see Aloysia Organic in the 3rd generation, 4th generation? That's now on to us who are left.
Thank you so much for that. And I'll come back to some of those points later, but I want to go to the bank now, and because at the end of the day, our theme here is about sometimes dealing with crisis situations and distress situations, and with that in mind, banks play a big role. And I know in our environment here, a big part of your customers will be family businesses in one way, one form or another, whether they are big enterprises, medium enterprises, at the end of the day, they are still family businesses. And there are certain characteristics of a family business that make it different from a corporate, you know. Things like acumen and risk, limited governance mechanisms, commingling of funds in different businesses. So as a bank that I know does a lot of business with family businesses, what do you think about in terms of lending to family businesses? What do you consider in order for you to actually support them while also managing your risk?
Thank you very much. I think to begin with, banks lend on particular principles, and the structure of the company might not necessarily be the main reason why we give the money. Remember, banks really are stewards. They provide various services. But fundamentally, what is banking? Intermediation. Intermediation means I get money from those who have a lot. Many of you, you'd be surprised that in banking, only less than 5% of our customers actually borrow. Most customers want a safe, secure place to put their money. Okay, so that bunch of people who have money and want us to keep it safely, then there's that 5% who have business needs or personal needs, which we can intermediate, meaning these ones have a need for money, these ones want just to store money. So our basis for lending, that customer deposit, which we must return when the customer demands it, is on very many principles, but they're basic ones. Ideally, you must have a cash flow. Your ability to repay. Whether you are a family business or a corporate, we check on your ability to repay. 2, if you can't repay, do you have collateral? Do we have somewhere we can fall back on? Because if you cannot pay, I must have an asset or something I can give back. I can dispose to give the depositors back their money. We look at the industry you're in. Some industries are very competitive and complex, some are very difficult to enter. Then we look at what is mentioned, the governance structure. Are you a sole trader? Are you an individual? Are you a company, corporate, limited liability company, partnership? That structure. Because simply put, if you look at a simple P&L, it begins with sales, then you have your cost of sales. Next line is gross profit. After gross profit, you have your sales and SGA, sales and general administration costs, a few other costs. Then you have your profit before interest and tax. That profit before interest and tax, that I is interest, that is the bank. After the bank, it is tax, pay the government. After the government, pay the shareholder. Okay, so the question is, there must be enough money at PBIT level to cover the interest of the bank, the government, and the shareholder or the owner. Now, in terms of the risk we look at, we say, what can affect any of those lines? Do you have the right sales structure? Do you have the right products? Are you pricing correctly? What is the competitive nature of your industry? How are you managing your costs? Now, the complication with family businesses sometimes is what appears to be lack of discipline in managing those different lines. For example, the first line I talked about was sales. Now, for some family businesses, you find that the owner can't tell the difference between a sale and drawings, his personal money. So look at that structure. So do you have accountants? Do you have an accounting framework of some sort? Cost of sales. Does the owner of the business give freebies to all his relatives? Okay? This item cost me 100, but I'm giving it away free. I'm not selling it. So there's no profit in that one. But controls are around there. Next line. You're selling and general administration costs. Are you giving transactions to your brother, sister, cousin, best friend, girlfriend, boyfriend, etc. at a price which is above market share or not? I think Jafar here mentioned the discipline of the business. We have to kind of get comfort from that. Then, do you pay taxes? Are you registered? Anything that will affect PBIT, we will look at. Now, in more organized companies, most of the time, they have accountants, they have people who do procurement, they have people who do sales, they have people who do bookkeeping and so on. And they also have proper accountants and auditors who can give us comfort about the practices there. But in many cases, of course, depending on the level of business, you find the owner is the MD, he's the driver, he's the storekeeper, he's head of marketing, he's the one who goes to Dubai to shop, he goes to pack the containers himself, he comes in the morning and he keeps the keys, he closes, he's an askari. Now, that's why you talked about key man risk. Because the true risk to that balance sheet and that profit and loss statement is anything happening to that human being. So we look at the structure. So lastly, of course, for family business, we look at succession planning. What is next? I'm not saying it must be your son or your daughter who is the next person in charge. But is there a structure when you're not available? I mean, we have customers who he has a checkbook of 200 pages. He insists on checks. So he signs 200 checks and he keeps them in the bank. So when he wants to make a payment, he says, pull out this check, write this amount. I've already signed. We have some indemnity for that. But you see, that is how he's managing his finances. So again, there could be a risk. What happens if he gets stuck because of COVID? He can't communicate, we can't verify. So we look at all those different risks and we look at that structure. In our experience, of course, we're seeing it's getting better and better, primarily because the heads of the businesses are a lot more educated now. You can see the gentlemen on my left and right. Everybody mentioned they went to France, Canada, Makerere. The point is, because of that exposure, they're exposed to other businesses and so on, and it's getting better. And I mean, that is why I think I have a bit more. And the older generation are letting the younger ones, the current generation, at least have a bit more say. And that means it's easier for us to do things like digitization, online banking. Banking has also moved to some extent. So even lending, you can do algorithms and so on. And this generation, or this current generation of businesses understand that. So for us, the trick is the transition. Will the older people let the younger people do what has to be done in this new environment? And that is probably where, I mean, the owners in this room and the experts in this room can guide on that transition. There is, I keep saying, the biggest businesses in the world you will find are truly family-owned businesses or family-oriented businesses, which at some point became corporate by listing, but some have chosen not to list and have stayed strong. So there is opportunity, and even in Uganda there is structure. Again, as I look at URSB and now also formalizing the registration of that, so we can know who the people are and their own abilities and so on. It gives us another point of reference. Because if I want to find out about a business owner, I'll go to URSB. I'll know who the actual person is, I'll know, and I can profile them now because of the internet. I can Google somebody up. All those things help us in making the banking decision to lend depositors funds, whether they will be repaid. That's a long and short answer. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm cognizant of the time, but I think there's still a few key questions we want our panelists to answer. And going back to the survey, we saw some of the challenges around things like managing the family, the wider family. They are interested in the business, they have interests, they see it as an asset owned by the business. And in some cases, we've actually seen really wrangles actually destroy very well performing businesses. Within even in East Africa, we've seen it where the family wrangles actually take focus away from actually running what was a profitable business. So to Mr. Jafan, Mr. Bujingo, how are you managing the family dynamics Is it a formalized process? And what sort of mechanisms have you put or are you putting in place to ensure that family stakeholders are well taken care of, but are not going to the level that Mr. Kichuka is talking about, where they're getting freebies and salaries for doing nothing? How are you managing that?
Yes, thank you, Patrick. So I will return to the two elements that we talked about, the element of family and the other of business. Now, these two elements are very precious to each other. The family relies on the business for stability, and so does the business rely on the family for continuity. Because in the very sense, it's the family element that created the business. But of all, between both of them, what is most complicated is the family element that needs to be dealt with. And I think one of the biggest vices that is killing family businesses today is entitlement. Entitlement. There's nobody entitled like a family business owner, because they know blood is thicker than water, they say. So it's very unfortunate that family business people think that for some reason there are things that must be accorded to them because they are a daughter or a son to the founder. Now, this is the beginning of the collapse of those businesses. And I think if entitlement can be dealt with, you are not entitled to anything just because you were born by the person that started the business. You must be able to transfer some value so you can also be accorded some value, and be it respect. Now, what we have tried to do is to ensure that there is structures in the business. I have observed also from several businesses that the example I shared, I was just very amazed by how L'Oreal operates. Being one of the biggest businesses that are in the cosmetics world, and it has lived on for so many years, and today I think the richest woman in the world is actually the person that runs L'Oreal. Yeah? The lady that is the richest in the world is in the family of the L'Oreal business. Now, the lesson from them for me was that you could actually ensure that you have the right people in businesses, and these businesses will be guaranteed their continuity. Now, there must be some bit of intention to ensure that things are done with a purpose for continuity. If you look at it at the short term, the privilege, all the good things that come with business, being the owner of the business, those privileges will be short-lived if you don't look at the long term. And like Steve Jobs said, of what good is it to recruit or hire good people and then tell them what to do? We hire good people so they can tell us what to do. So it's a mistake that family business owners also make. You recruit an accountant, you're the one who knows how much the sales should be. You know? You want to ensure that so-and-so should be paid before the other. Some of these people in procurement have already made some contracts and signed some arrangements with people in regards to how they are paid after a month or after a certain period. Because you're the business owner, you need a new pair of shoes. So those small little things are what kill businesses. And the realization that the small things should be given attention, God forbid, but if this building were to collapse, it would come from a few cracks over the years that would be ignored, and then one time there will be that final fall. It should never surprise the inhabitants that, oh wow, the business collapsed. So you should be able to track the business, and like Anthony says and talks about the need to ensure that you track the business through reports, analysis, ensure that the people who know what to do get the job done. And it has been a lesson from some of the biggest business owners out there. They are not necessarily the best technical personnel in the business. Your biggest role is to think for the business. And I realized this again after the passing of Mom. I was so involved in the business because I'm a marketer myself. So I was always into marketing things, going on radio, going on TV. I'm trying to make sure I'm running new campaigns. You know, there's so many things. I want to ensure the best flyer is designed. I want to look at it. And I lost the bigger picture. So in the long run, you realize that the future of the business is not being thought about, because people who should be in operations are doing their job. You who is at strategic level, you're overlooking everything. So that, for me, has been something we've given key attention, the element of entitlement, ensuring that we have key structures and governance that is really in an appropriate manner. The issue of finance is what really becomes a problem in family businesses. So we resolved to outsource that one. We outsourced the entire finance function to a different entity that does the finance, does the reporting, again, to try to reduce the tendencies of what could be done. If the person handling money was probably my cousin, I could easily let them know if I were broke, and they could find something to do for me. But it's an external party. We've signed a unique MOU with them. They are running on certain terms. I am the MD. It doesn't matter if something is not necessarily supposed to be handled, wasn't in the budget, it will not be done. And then primarily, I've also ensured that, like I did say, the challenge is now upon me. How do I ensure this business can survive after me? The best thing that we can do, for example, for the generation that is coming forward is to ensure that my siblings are schooled. We all appreciate it will be a bit easier to deal with them if they understand the angle from which we try to run the business. It becomes a problem when somebody does not understand the elements of business and why it's important that you go to work and then get paid. So that, for me, has enabled them to appreciate that their time in school is fundamental. They need to stay in school. They need to ensure that they go through all elements of the business. And when they come in, they are directors, but I ask them not to come in as directors. So they're now also holding positions within the company. So the staff do not have to see them as directors, and they also have the privilege of getting things, all over the place because they are directors. The other element has been with how we deal with the relationships that we've established with partner institutions and different stakeholders, our suppliers. It's important that we deal with them well because the quality of the product that Aloysia makes and provides on the market is dependent on the quality of all other materials and the entire value chain that the raw materials go through. So those are things that we have tried to ensure that we establish. And it's unfortunate they're in school, but in moments like this, I would have loved that they are present to understand what it takes to represent the business. Tomorrow, I want to see them do the same, and then I will be more or less content that this can continue. And lastly, we have also tried to diversify the product offering of the business. Mom's mainstream element was herbal, pharmaceuticals, spices, and herbs, and things like that, and cosmetics. We've now tried to go into some soft drinks. We've introduced some better packaging. We've challenged ourselves to attend exhibitions within the country and beyond. Last year, we were in Egypt, trying to look at some of the best sourcing that we can have for some of the best oils that we can use to make products that can be fit for the market. And I think for me, that will guide us and help trek, a path for the future. But again, I would like to repeat, to you, the practitioners, you need to save businesses from their founders and owners. They're the biggest problem to them.
Thank you. Mr. Jaffa, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think when you're looking for employing people inside your business, it should not be based on if it's a cousin, a sister, or a friend of this. It should be the best person for the job. I agree with what my friend here has said about finances being separate. When finances is being controlled by a family member, it can be dangerous. And then there's always that lack of transparency sometimes or dishonesty that can arise from it. And yeah, you have three customers as a business. The customer who is walking through your door and paying, your staff, and your suppliers. Going through COVID for me, we survived because of our relationship with suppliers. Banks were not lending us money as hotels. So suppliers, instead of giving me 1 month, 2 months, people were giving me 6 months or even a year because of the relationship we as owners had kept with them for so long. So that would be my add.
Thank you. I'm looking at the time, so I'll ask one more question for each of our panelists to address before we open it up to questions from the floor. And the question really is relating to your audience today, the business rescue and insolvency practitioners. I think we should be talking more about business rescue practitioners because insolvency practitioners sort of has a certain connotation, especially in our region. But what would you advise? I know Mr. Bujingo said we need to rescue businesses from their founders, but what would you advise us as practitioners when we're dealing with either you as a family business owner or helping a lender deal with a family business that is in distress? What would you advise the practitioners to be thinking about, and in order to add value beyond let's sell the assets, let's be frank, to add value to you as a family business owner or a lender, what would you tell our audience today to keep in mind?
I will start with, when he asked the question, I'm reminded of Charles Darwin, who is said to be the father of the evolution story and one of the best scholars on the same, who said that when in the story of evolution, it was never the animals or the creatures that were most intelligent that survived the process of evolution. It was those that were most adaptive to change. Now, I shared with a colleague I had lunch with, James right here, that when you're approaching family business owners, you must know that you're trekking some muddy waters, because these are people who have run businesses for a long time, probably in a wrong manner, but successfully. So to advise somebody like that is rather a complicated stage, and some of them are very rigid to change. One thing that I ask is that you be patient with them, because, to be honest, at a certain point they come from a point of not knowing. So sometimes what you do not know, you have a bit of hesitation to adopt. And why I ask as well that you come in with patience is that it might take time for them to understand. Secondly, there's an element of trust. You'll find somebody that has run their business for 10 years, and the thing you're telling them not to do is the thing they have done from day one. And you probably don't run a business as big as theirs. So they have this complexity to deal with, because for them, they know what they know, and they are sure that what they know is what they ought to know. So when you come in with all the knowledge, all the statistics, please just be patient with them. I know it will take them time, but they need what you're telling them. Secondly, it would be nice that you come in a bit earlier. It would be nice that you come in a bit earlier. And a bit earlier, why? Even for the businesses that are running well, it is nice that you could be able to help business owners to track the cracks, because they always exist. No business is running in perfection in this room. So if you can track the cracks and try to always solve those small little issues, even when it comes to the worst case scenario of insolvency, you have where to start. You have where to start. And maybe lastly as well, it is nice that URSB has taken on the effort to organize a conference like this. I think it's important that we appreciate that awareness needs to be created. Some people think they lie in a world of their own. When Dr. Weiswa was making his presentation, he indicated that some people, once business and the values go south, some people go and hide in the corners of their bedrooms and hide until the worst case scenario could probably just somehow miraculously disappear. So the lack of knowledge that you could actually have a professional come into your business and try to create some solutions for you is not somebody that whoever that is out of this room actually appreciates well. So as we share with the businesses about how well they need to be registered, how they need to ensure that they are compliant, and so many things, address some of these matters to them. Address some of these matters to them. One of the things I've found when dealing with some other people that own businesses, and it's hard to sell the story of what will happen if you're not here. It's quite difficult. Some of them, are quite, superstitious. When people are told to write wills, what are you talking about? It's a difficult conversation. When people are told to get into insurance packages and things like that, it's a difficult conversation, because they think when you write a will, you're probably a few years closer to your death. But I've made this statement before, that writing your will will not take you to your grave any earlier, and neither will not writing it keep you alive any longer. Nonetheless, write your wills, be compliant, run your businesses with some corporate governance.
Okay, the practitioners. You see, as the banker, I am also in some cases, I am the therapist. Let me explain that in context.
You're the blood bank.
Yeah?
You're the blood bank.
I'm the blood bank. I think we're seeing I'm a banker, and you guys know bankers. We're greedy people. So we want more. But I look at things from a lifetime value of a business. And when I see Mr. Jingo here and Jafar, I'm thinking about how do we keep making money from these partners for as long as we can. That means their businesses must be alive for as long as they need to be. Because they're employing people, paying salaries, that money can be banked, it can be lent, we can make money. So I spend a lot of my time like a counselor because we advise these businesses to do what he's talking about, corporate governance, very difficult. But you'll be surprised that some of these older, rigid people want to speak to a stranger. Because within their family, there might be some other dynamics they don't want to discuss. We push them towards setting up business councils, having a family constitution, having a family council which has at least 2 outsiders, either a legal advisor or a financial advisor. Those are 2 people we say, this one can be somebody outside because they come with some expertise which you don't. From your business, you could be a very good person making bread and selling bread, but the legal aspects, the financial aspects might not be your strength. So we say those 2 at least have somebody, and I think I've heard them say they kind of outsource that. We talk about having annual meetings and agreeing in the constitution what should be done, what shouldn't be done. If you have several companies under you, create boards of directors. Okay, let the chairman be a family member who is competent, but have a string of experts outside that to help drive. And then try and create a structure. You see, people like Warren Buffett, they have annual meetings. Their company is now listed, but they have a structure through which they communicate to the whole organization. Now, those are things which I think practitioners need to help them. Let's not wait for insolvency. Let us help them with building the structure correctly. When they come to the bank, I'll give you an example. I won't mention the client, but their concerns, when they come to me, they want to, in theory, borrow money, but I realize I'm going to spend 2 hours counseling somebody who's telling me, you know, I have 3 wives and another young one who has joined us. My worry is who will run the business. When I die, they are going to fight. He talks about wills. They don't want to write a will. I say, have a structure at least in place. Then they might have 1 or 2 children who are very into the business, and others who are just all over the world asking for rent and money for shopping and so on. And this person who is working very hard for his father or his mother is working hard, but he also feels that, why am I working so hard yet the other people are just having fun? So as a banker, you have to start advising them that, look, this is the way you've structured your family. How do you try and create that sense of responsibility that Mr. Jingo has? How do you create continuity for a 100-year business, next generation, and so on? So, as a banker, I said, becoming a counselor or a therapist. But I believe there are professionals and practitioners here. I mean, if this person has an accounting firm helping him, they provide some accounting counseling. They have a legal firm, a proper legal firm, not a cousin who is a lawyer, a proper legal firm. I mean, you can have tax, because some of these things are complex. Taxes, managing, I think the gentleman was talking about AI and emerging issues. Somebody in that area just guiding you and telling you the story. You don't have to understand it all, but telling them this will help your business stay longer and your children, start pushing them in this area. He talked about education. One of my advisors, Dr. PK, talks about people having what is your 1 plus 2? Your 1 is your first degree. Your plus 2 is your other education or degrees or professional acquisitions that help you survive in this world. And he says one of those extra 2 must be in the digital space. So when I'm advising older people who have, I say, please make sure some of your children enter the digital space in some shape or form, because your business will move into automation, digitization, and so forth, industrial revolution going on, AI. I was saying, how you used to sell bread, or how you used to make cosmetics, or how you used to run a hotel think about bookings and so on and so forth, has changed. Somebody must understand that. So expose some people, be the next one or grandchildren, and pay for it. It's an investment. Drive them, get them interest, and pay for them, and then there's going to be a return. So as I talk to practitioners, I'm saying, please help me and also be counselors in your section. They only come to me when they want money, or when they want to keep their money safe, or sometimes when they want to hide their money. They don't want child X or wife Y to know that this money is here. And my job is to keep that. My responsibility is to manage that confidentiality. So, advice, please, as is mentioned, counsel, guide them when they come to you, because as long as you show you have interest in their business long term, they'll keep coming back. And some of the things you tell them work, they'll keep coming back. And you've got a client for life. So that would be part of the things I'd mention. Last one. I didn't get this question, but I always keep. Today, we all know Shaq, the basketball player. He keeps telling his children that we are not rich. I am rich. Mm-hmm. He tells his children, we are not rich. I am rich. So you guys, you have to start earning your wealth or building it, not just dependence. And that creates a discipline. Of course, it will help them here and there, but they will understand that it's not what he called a privilege or an expectation. The discipline starts from there. I'm impressed when Jafar here says he went through all the different departments, all to understand. Again, that builds the character and gives the bank comfort that there is succession planning, there is order. So if I'm lending money, if I don't see order, I give short-term money. If I see order, I give long-term money. Because if I say, this gentleman might drop dead any time and the bank goes south with this loan. I see order, I know who will take over. I see who comes for the meetings. I ask them questions beyond the owner or the founder or the first generation or second generation. I am comfortable there. We go. So those are things probably. There are various people with different mandates from their professions who can keep providing that guidance to these family businesses, either as part of the business council, advisor to the business council, etc. Thank you very much.
So I just want to make 3 points. The first one is that these businesses, we are very emotionally ingrained in these businesses. My wife often jokes with me that Fairway is my mistress, because at night I'm on my phone, I'm checking my ratings. Sometimes I'm in the other room sketching, what I want to do with the rooms. So we are very emotionally tied to these businesses, and it's very important to remember that. Secondly is motivating us. During COVID, I went through a great depression. I just inherited these businesses. I had loans, I had staff. I almost shut down because I wasn't able to cope with everything that was going around me. And my HR manager came to me and said, you directly employ 150 people. Indirectly, you have over 500 households that supply us, that rely on Fairway to stay alive. And that motivated me to think, wait, how do I get out of this challenge? How do I leverage on relationships? How do I work with my staff to make it a go and continue? So keeping us motivated is very important. And finally, as we grow as family businesses, now I directly employ almost 400 people on pay-as-you-earn NSSF. Fairway is now one of the larger taxpayers, especially for a non-branded hotel. But through that growth, I've also lost some of our corporate culture. People, when I used to ask them, why do you work for Fairway? They would tell me, I don't work for Fairway, I work for you. Because when you're there, I know that my job is safe. But that is wrong. As I grow now, I've realized that I have to put corporate culture and values into my company so that as I get more and more employees, they're not reliant on me as a director, but on the company itself. I'll now take that opportunity to also let you know that Fairway has expanded. We have a safari lodge in Murchison Park called Sambia River Lodge, and we're about to launch a beach club in Entebbe. I don't know if some of you have heard of Coco Beach Club. It's also under the Fairway umbrella, and we're launching, so please do visit some of our outlets.
Thank you. I think, I don't know how much more time I have, but it would be good to take a few questions from the floor. I am fairly certain there are a few questions for the panelists here. Maybe 3 questions or so. I see one hand up there.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Richard Bwayo. I have an observation and then a question. The observation is an unspoken lesson I've learned that businessmen speak little and do more. I admire the precision with which Don and Jaffa, who are the generational businessmen, have actually answered the questions. Very brief, precise, and very clear. The second is a question. It may go to Don, but any other person could also answer. I believe that, Don, you have been lucky in transitioning of this business because you're dealing with younger siblings. But I assume that if you had older siblings, the problem you have identified of entitlement would have probably affected you. The prodigal son always comes up at any stage in life. The one who comes and says, Daddy, give me my percentage, I want to go and enjoy. And Mr. Chituka has hinted on such people who are enjoying and while the other children are working hard. So my question now is, what business model did your mother leave behind that you inherited, that you said was very well organized with clear documentation? Is it a company? And how is the shareholding done that has ensured stability? I tuned into a webinar recently organized by the East African Law Society, and they were saying that in Kenya, one of the things that is helping families to survive, family businesses to survive, is using trusts as a model of business arrangement. Would you recommend that? Is that what you probably have? Or is it a company pure, registered by URSB? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for your question and for your compliment. That was very kind of you. So my mother left behind a well-registered business with URSB, and their shareholding was well allocated, yeah, and allotted. So it became a bit easier because it was something that was known by my siblings. Being the eldest, I think I knew much more about it than them, but it was nice that the business was already registered, and we had our business premises clear, our headquarters. We had a branch in Masaka. We now just opened another outlet in Nansana. We are looking at expanding the product portfolio a bit more, and the beauty is that this is a business that has held a great reputation that was, again, primarily, especially in the beginning, of her name. So it was nice that the building had a great brand, and it was not so difficult to take on. Also, it was just really nice, not to say that people who have done this differently, it's the case, but she had ensured that she had taken us through everything that was necessary as regards the suppliers. We knew them. We knew all the partners that we were working with, the relationship we hold with the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda Industrial Research Institute, Uganda Natural Chemotherapeutics Research Institute, National Drug Authority, and I knew these people personally. So I think it was good that she had done that, held me by hand, and introduced me to all the people that she knew. And I agree that I think it has been a bit better aligned in the sense that if a business was already registered and you have something to follow through with. So with the siblings, it makes it easier, but then we have relatives that are part of the business that are way older than me. So it makes it a challenge again, and that's the task again to the generations that follow, not to overly be entitled, because I have and I'm obliged to respect these people based on the fact that they are simply human beings that are willing to come every day at work and make a living for their families. So upon that, it has been that journey, and I think now the question again that Patrick asked earlier is, as the family grows and expands, we now look up to you, the professionals. Your recommendations will come in handy. We haven't yet looked at the element of trusts, but we've read expansively about it. And I think it's nice that we get to appreciate it better. And for some key decisions, I have resolved to wait for my siblings to be a bit older so they could understand whatever steps we will take. Otherwise, I could turn out to be somebody who took advantage of their being underage and made some decisions that were wrong.
Do you want to add about dealing with siblings and using trusts as a way of governing the family?
So Fairway right now is just held as a normal company, but I am thinking about going in the future about foundations or trusts, so that when I do have my own kids, they're more benefactors of the trust, and then they can do what they want. I was never forced into my business, and I never want to force my child into their business. So that's why having a trust could actually be more beneficial, because then they can appoint a director or manager to run the business and they can just benefit. In terms of siblings, I was somehow lucky. I have a younger sister in Canada. She's a doctor of pharmacy. She had no ambition to come back here. So for me, it was just an easy payout, so it wasn't so stressful.
Any other question from the floor? There is a hand over there.
Thank you. I should say that I've deeply enjoyed the panel session. My name is Josephine Luzige, and I'm basically asking about long-term employees. Now, considering the fact that there is a lot of new generation business owners that are taking it up from their parents, their grandparents, what strategies do you put in place to handle the long-term employees that really have a stake in the business and they have an important say and their views could be quite different from yours? How do you juxtapose your position with their views and push the business forward? Thank you.
You want to start, and then John can also chip in.
So actually, having long-term employees for me was both a curse and a blessing. When I first came and took over in 2010, we had a lot of people that were just here, very complacent. So what we did is we brought somebody in from labor law to understand what are the retirement packages, and I offered people who did voluntary retirement more than the legal, whatever the legal amount was. So based on that, I was able to weed out who is actually interested in working with me and who just wants a quick payout. So that was a very easy way to weed out. I then took who was left, who was the balance staff who had been here a long time, and I interviewed each of them to understand what are actually your strengths. If you had been working in reception, you might have an interest in sales. Would that be a better fit for you? If you've been working in housekeeping, do you have a passion for cooking? So I then reorganized my teams to better suit the person and their personality to their strength. And that for me worked very well. I have some staff who are still with me for 30 years, 25 years. My bellboy who just retired, he has watched me grow from a 5-year-old into an MD. So it's nice to have those old staff stay with you long term.
Yes, so sometimes it's human nature that we love to be appreciated. We long to be appreciated when we do some good. And I think it works for all employees. Now, long-term employees, like he said, sometimes can be a great advantage. They could be a challenge as well. One of the things we faced as a problem was a traditionalist mindset, that this is how things have been done before. And this is how they have been, this is how they should continue being. So you come in, you have some new ways you really want to ensure that you push the business. But I resolved that the first year is going to be a year of transition. And I made it clear to my team that we're managing with that let's not do anything radical. Let's do this 1 year to allow the business transition. At the time when we lost our mother, there's just so much attention on the business. Everybody's looking out to see what happens to the business. There's a common notion in Uganda that, family businesses die with their founders. Everybody's just trying to see what could happen. And, even employees were very worried. But I think over time, when the transition period was out, I resolved that every function of the business be empowered. And there are decisions that I've allowed the human resource manager to take on, where I'll just be notified about that decision to allow them know that there's a need to conform with what needs to be done in the business. You are the longest serving, you are no more special in the sense of what you do and how you accorded your respect than somebody who came in a week ago. You're all very important to the business. And of course, some of them were hesitant to change. There's a bit of rigidity with them because they know how things have been. And he put it right. These people have seen me ever since, I was in my primary school. So they're now seeing this young guy that somehow happened to grow up running the business. So you need to also buy them some time and cut them some slack. There are things that they know, and you appreciate them because they have institutional knowledge. And sometimes that's what we do not have, because they have been there a long way before you join the business. They understand certain things. They understand and have relationships with customers, with suppliers. So the better you deal with them, the more you have a chance to really push the business further. That's if they are willing to also appreciate, be adaptive to change, and be happy about people that come into the business. Maybe something I didn't add was the fact that sometimes the challenge that came with long-term serving employees was that some of them, the way they had been recruited was not necessarily on merit, but there's a need to appreciate them for what they know and who they are, and to really just appreciate that they have been with the company for that while. Now, when you bring in some new people, they're going to be more qualified, you'll pay them more, and somehow they will get to know. But I've asked them to appreciate that everybody comes in with their uniqueness, with their knowledge, with unique qualifications. You cannot expect that if I came into this business on the 12th of January 2024, I will ensure that whoever ever comes after me should never hire or earn more than me. That's not written anywhere. So that acceptance of them to understand that when a new person comes, and have not come to push you out, we are all here benefiting from the business, and we all have a contribution to make to that business.
Thank you. One last question, if there are any. Going once, twice, closed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think this has been a fantastic panel, and I would like to thank my panelists for their time and insights, and request that you give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our dear panelists. Thank you, the moderator. I was asked by a group of people there that they want to see a photo of you, the four of you standing. So I am going to take a break of about 10 seconds. Cameraman, the panel is going to stand right here and have a photo, maybe with RG, if you... Okay, we'll step down, I think. Okay, we shall say cheers and have the photo. Please signal when you're done. They say one more. Make sure you don't capture my voice. Okay, thank you very much. Once again, it was such a wonderful panel. And I think as practitioners, we have gathered quite a lot that we can use to advise our clients. And I know these are the challenges that our clients present before us on a daily basis. I would like to appreciate, and as a way of a brief profile about him, a summarized one. Afande Kasinje is a former Uganda Police Force officer who retired at a rank of Assistant Inspector General of Police. His serviced police force spanned over 3 decades in different capacities, such as, at one point he was a political commissar for the police, he was a police spokesperson, a director, Interpol, the chairman, Uganda Police Football Club, among very many other big offices. Afande Kasinje is also the author of the magnificent Chosen book, where he narrates his life story. He is also currently the managing director of one of the biggest private security guards in Uganda. Let us put our hands together and welcome Afande Hassan Kasinje.
Thank you so much for the kind invitation. I'm really elated that I'm part of these conferences and workshops. And I guess that my experience and my journey contributes something, especially to the field of retirement. Retirement is one thing when I was working that I didn't want to hear. If you talked about retirement, I would think you're crazy. Because I thought I had a lot of time, and it didn't occur to me that at one time, where there is an entry, there is always an exit. And I hope most of you practitioners, you at a stage where I was, and I think when we share these, it will be able to make you reflect on what is going on. Right now, retirement is one of the most important aspects of HR in every organization. Previously, when I had joined police, I joined police in 1989 as a trainee, as a cadet, started work in 1990. And I never had or never saw anybody come to talk to us about retirement. We only saw people leave, and we didn't even see them again. There are people I've never seen after they retired. I don't know where they go. There is one officer, he's called Kaima, Emilian Kaima. He wrote a piece in the New Vision. And he posed the question and said, where do police officers go after retirement? I want you to look at yourself, whether it is true in your different departments that you work in. The other important thing that I want to look at before we go in the planning, I have 30 minutes, I understand that, I will try to be quick, is that when you look at yourself and the stages you are in, when you begin to work, somehow you don't fear going into the murky waters of trying to make a living. I see myself when I started working, you can't believe I was officer in charge of Entebbe police station. You read this story in Chosen when you get the chance, if you buy it. And I didn't have much time. That time there was a lot of time, I don't know where it was. And during weekends, I found myself in the barracks in Entebbe doing nothing. You know what I decided to do? I said, I'm going to trade, I'm going to be involved in business. And I went to Western Uganda, to be exact, in Bushenyi. It was Greater Bushenyi district. And I asked these departments in Entebbe. Most ministries used to be in Entebbe. And I cut matoke, put them on a lorry, come and sell them in Kampala. Within 2 years, I was driving a pickup. I was driving a vehicle. I went into business. I went into transport business, which became so big at that material time. But as I continued, that kind of, wanting to get out of my share and work began to go down. Now, by the time you start now thinking about retirement, sometimes you lack the knack to be able to understand what you need to do as you get out, because you don't even have so many people that talk to you. So today, allow me to take you through some of the things that we need to start looking at in preparation for retirement. That is retirement. If you look at, they say if you don't know where to get something, you go and Google. So I just went and Googled that. But that is not entirely what retirement is all about. Because this one is talking about when you compulsorily retire from service. We know most of you are lawyers, or if not, all of you are lawyers. There are other reasons as to why somebody has to leave work. And these are some. I looked at the Pensions Act, and I found that you can retire mandatory retirement. But there can be other compulsory retirement. At one time in 1992, there was a process of retrenchment. Do you remember? I don't know. Some of you are young people. Yeah. I saw a lot of my colleagues retrenched, and some of them were retrenched because their supervisors didn't like their face. Somebody doesn't like you, and you go. Restructuring or abolition of office. Right now, government is thinking about amalgamating most of the ministries, departments, and agencies. I don't know where you are. Probably you'll find yourself 3 ministries have been merged into one, or 3 departments. And not everybody is going to be on board. Some people are going to leave. So when you leave, you are in the bracket where Kasinje is now. You can go early retirement. You can decide that you want to retire early, medical grounds, injury at work. Your contract can end. I retired when I was 58. I became 60 on Saturday, this Saturday. That means that I was serving on contract. And I became contractual at a really early age. So every 2 years, the president would renew my contract. From 2009 to 2022, that was a lot of contracts that was given to me. So you can go early, marriage grounds and others. We know there are these benefits that have been given to you. We get pension, we get gratuity, we get some money in SSF, and some other contributions that people make, SACCO and others. Is this money enough? When we retire, can we say you can live off the benefits of what you have been getting when you retire? And my answer is no. Now, if it is no, then you need to look at the challenges that you are going to face. Some of them, I faced them immediately I retired. And yesterday I was talking to the judges here, and I was telling them that it's true. There's a research that was carried out. About 5% of people who retire die in their first year. You retire, you are not sick, and for some reason, because you cannot be able to insulate yourself from what used to happen before, and you die because you don't have some money, you don't have a cash flow. Look, when I was working, to tell you the truth, one of the things, and it's better to talk about yourself than other people. They can find out. But I can tell you, I've been challenging so many people even when I was still in uniform. And I said, if you know that you ever paid any money to Kasinje, raise it. So, but I was not a pauper. When you were serving, when you were still in, I remember one time when I was director of Interpol, I would get my per diem and travel to France, our headquarters in Lyon, or travel all these places in the whole world. Because Interpol is so, it is an intricate, it is like a family. Sometimes you go to a country and you relate so well because of the work in office, okay? You help that country in terms of solving crime. Now here you are, you inform the head of Interpol there that I'm coming. You find a vehicle waiting for you at the airport. They take you to the hotel. They say, don't pay. They have paid. They pay for your food. They buy you a suit. They take you to the best places around. You come back when your per diem is still in the envelope. You understand what I'm saying? You have some money when you're still working. But when you leave work, I'm telling you, One time I ran a business. I found you talking about business. My experience, I don't know. I wanted to change my transport business from these small taxis into lorries. And someone told me that you can go and buy a lorry. So I went there and they told me, a lorry at that time was 70 million. And I asked the gentleman, I said, I don't have that kind of money. He said, Mr. Kasinje, you can take this lorry. In fact, take this lorry. You will pay me slowly by slowly. And I drove away the lorry. I didn't have even 10 million. Why? Face value. This, we know him. He's a big man. He appears on TV. Everybody knows he's, So take the lorry. After 2 months, after I had paid some little money, he called me again and said, Kalunji nyo jakagara. So I went, Nakawa here, at the coin, there is a place called Coin, and he gave me another very good lorry. He said, Weziba biri, ojakola nyo. So I took the second one. After about 6 months, I finished one. When I finished paying one, he called me and said, come. He showed me 2 lorries. And said, take them. Within a period of 2 years, I had 10 Magurukumi lorries. This small money you see here. I don't have even a tire now. And these are the things that we need to have a conversation on. So, I had a problem at office. Where does this man get money to buy all these vehicles? And you know these things, investigations, this and that, explain this and that. Of course, I explained and they checked. IGG, these things. But now, when you go to an office or you call someone, it is like you are osmosis. Do you know osmosis? Yes. That can lead to a premature what? Family breakdown. So many things that are happening, and if you are not careful, your retirement may mean a family breakdown. Wrong investment priorities, ill health, disposal of already acquired assets because you cannot stay afloat, and wrong options. I think what we need to do is that we need to ensure that things are okay at the gate. And the gate means at the recruitment stage. We need to start telling people that you have come in an organization. There's going to be time T when you are going to do what? When you are going to leave. Actually, in 1996, after the new constitution, they took us to Jinja. Some of us who were already in the departments at police headquarters, to discuss. At that time, retirement age in police was 55. So people wanted it to go to 60 to be commensurate with what the Constitution was talking about. I was one of the first people who were saying, no way, let's remain at 55. In 1996, I was something like 32, 30? No. Yes, about 31, something like that. And I thought 55 was very, very, very far. You understand? So, we need at the point of entry to start telling people. Why are we telling people? To start saving. To start saving. At 32, at 33, I was doing my master's at Makerere University. You should have seen me. Yes. You drive a vehicle and you drive around the university, people, you stick out your head so that people can see you. See? Because, the small money that you get, the little money that you get, you spend it. I wrote a tweet and I said, you people, young people, you just go and give a round, another round, another round. The money you cannot even spend at home. By the time you realize you have spent more money on those Fridays, you need to go to Kampala, around Kampala on Friday. It's really a wedding, like at Rugogo, it's a wedding. You need to be there. We need to save. We need to keep saving and stick to saving goals. The money that we get is very little, But there are some sources that I have told you, not corruption, not whatever, that people get because of who they are. And I want to believe of who you are. Get that money, save it. Someone said recently that if you cannot save money now, money will not save you in the future. Okay? So we need to encourage this. And of course, when you save, you invest. And investment must be wise in investment. Personally, I was telling, yesterday I was talking about services that I did not put attention to. You get a little money, you put it in a fixed account in a bank. Has Mr. Banker gone? Is he still around? I don't want to make his work difficult. Because they used to call me, Mr. Kasinje, can you fix this money? We see you have this money. I don't know whether they call you. But they used to call me. We have seen now, they have put this and this and this and this. Can you fix it? It is 18%. It is 15%. And then you say, fix it. And now, nobody can tell me to fix money. Because there are right options in banks, including treasury bills, including treasury bonds. I think insurance companies have unit trusts, isn't it? These are things that you should go and look at. You can even do these others like trees and farming and all that. But also we need to know our retirement needs. I think we have too much expectation when we are retiring, and then we don't plan. I am retiring to what? Okay? I bought a place where I was going to put my retirement home in 2019. I think I'm very lucky. Okay? 2019, 2022, you are retiring. I think I should have planned this one a little bit earlier. You need to plan. Do you need a retirement home in the village? There are options. If it is in the village, have it. That's what you want. If it is in the city and in the village, you only need a kasisira. I don't know what they call it in Uganda. Something like you just put your vehicle there and you go down and enter. It's up to you. Okay? But we must begin to know what are the things that I need. My last born has just joined senior 1. Okay? Senior 1. Because I said each child must have a difference of 5-6 years. But circumstances led me to do that because I was looking after so many. My parents died when they were young, and I was looking at an Arsenal football team of 14. Okay? So, I said I must space my children. Here I am paying school fees in senior 1. And some of these schools really, 4 million. I'm telling you, 4 million. And I don't want to go there and be seen negotiating with the Basa. See, the whole of you say, Basa nkwatira mukatono, kati. These things are not going to happen. Plan. Do you want your children of that nature, by the time you retire, they will be in P7, P5? Go to insurance and have, they call it what? Is it? Yes, for plan for children, maybe by the time you retire at the university, you have some money saved for them. Yes, you can do that. Health insurance. Yesterday I was talking about the other time, anytime I felt something, I go to Nakasero in Zambia. And the moment they see me, oh, AIGP Kasinje. What do we check? This and this and this. Then they also suggest, but you can also check this. You can also check this. Then they say, okay, go ahead and check. Okay. I only feared AIDS, but the rest I will check and check and check. Why? Because the bill goes to police. But now, when I go to Nakasero to check, the age also comes with some other things. I really haggle and say, is that test necessary? Really? So, we need to plan our retirement needs. The stages of retirement, when you are 5 to 10 years about to retire, Begin to focus on financial planning, business, where you live. Do you want to travel? Do you want to do what? Nobody should surprise you. I joined a group, it is called Plus 60. We are 6, and these guys are really, they made their money. So they brought me in. I don't know why, but they said, for you, we can bring you in. Every year, twice, there is this ship that, they call it what? It's a cruise, very good. All of them, man, wife, they have planned. They start from Spain, they go to where? New York, they end up in Haiti, they end up where? I said, me, going on a cruise, inside there, 1 month locked up there with my wife, no way. I'm not going there. So, you need to plan between 5 to 10 years on the kind of things that you want to do. Focus them well, especially business. I will tell you why. The other one is honeymoon, which is 1 to 2. Before retirement, start reconnecting with friends, with relatives. Some of us, because of that, you go home, there's a wedding, so you go with your escorts. These escorts don't know who's your auntie. They don't know who is your maternal uncle. They don't know these things. So while you are there, people want to see you. Probably they are behind there and say, You understand? So they get annoyed with you. Time comes when you now go back, when you have retired, and you go to see your uncle, he said, Tetucha akujukira. So, 1 to 2 years, begin to plan before the D-Day. Connect with them, buy them some things probably they don't need, but family, partners, hobbies, clubs in church, and all these things. I don't know, Hamid, whether I'm still in time. But there is disenchantment. After emotional and honeymoon are over, some people feel disappointed with current life. They become lonely, bored, lose sense of purpose, can't maintain their previous lifestyles, and they feel that as if they are being judged. In Entebbe, I stay in Entebbe, so there's a Total. If you know Total in Entebbe, so there is a washing bay, but people also come and sit there to pass time. Okay? And most of the people who sit there and take some tea are actually people who have retired. So the first time I went there to wash my car, and I sat there, and people were passing, I felt like I had been judged. Karela bomusajja ono yali yepanka. Aliwo anatudde wano kachayi. Nakachayi tanywa naye atudde is looking at things. You begin to hate yourself. Please, you people, I tell you, plan. If you have no plan, you are going to have a problem. These things are going to happen. I remember after going out, this story I told you, Hamid, do you remember the story? And yes, and the deputy director. When I retired on a Tuesday, and Wednesday in the morning, I woke up in the morning and I went to the breakfast table, and my wife looked at me, and I was wondering why she was looking at me. She said, "Are you okay?" I said, "What is your problem?" "I'm okay." "So you think you are going where?" That's the moment I realized that I went to the breakfast table in police uniform. When I retired a day before, please, you immerse yourself with this work and everything, and you don't plan, you are going to find yourself there. And I sat on the veranda, Mase. That's where I was seated. Within a week, I knew which bird was going to come and sit on the fruits in the compound. Obaka red, obaka blue, obaka black. These things can happen if you are not properly reoriented. And you need to stabilize feelings and everything. Cash flow is important. Have something that brings in money. You think because you are buying bread and milk and this, you are taking them home. After retirement, you think you are not going to buy them? You're going to buy them. Because if you don't buy them, your family is already stressed by seeing you at home every day. Yes, I have a daughter. She's in university. She was so much traumatized seeing me there. And she kept on asking from her hostel. She was asking the other brothers at home, Dada Rije Konka, is he okay? So, you need to have some little money. And at one time I didn't. And you people, you need to reconnect with your spouses. Yes, because my wife used to put Kameza money on the table, 20K. And I would go and buy bread, and I would go and buy milk, and I come home as if it was my own money. And yes, these things happen. Stop pretense. Your status is over. On Twitter, they will remind you to Okadie. On X, yes, don't disturb your mind. That is your situation. And have a steady supply of food. Right now, I don't buy food in my house. No. I put mechanism. I didn't know you. There's things that would have done long time ago. There are people who bring matoke here. And they buy from the same village where I am. So I tell them, put a sack, put matoke, put what, nyanya, bichi, nsuju, everything. And it takes us for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. You have to adapt, you people. You have to do certain things. And yes, there is this, I found them talking about it. Don't over-rely on relatives in businesses that you begin to do. Yesterday I told the story. When I was going to come out, I went and took all the small money that I had there, and I started a hardware shop in Burindo. And I put my wife and my daughter. I said, you people, she's a lawyer. And she had not got what to do. She was still there. I said, run this. URSB, I'm sorry, I'm ashamed to tell you that it went into, what is it called? Huh? In insolvency. And that is the truth. I went there to count how much money was there. Nothing. I asked them, what happened? They said, hey, you think the things we have been bringing home, what these? Where do you think they were coming from? From the shop. This is where it was coming from. Eh? I didn't know cement, you get only 500 shillings. And then you have to pay taxes. The taxman is on your door. And they closed the shop, unfortunately. So it is important that we avoid that. I told my wife, you come, we sit here, and we look at each other. But if I get business, don't go back. I am sorry, you are not going back. Now, these are the kind of other things that you need to plan to be doing, some kind of part-time consultancies to keep trends, join a book club. I am president of a club called Growth Lane Club in Entebbe, and I have known so many people, and they have really been good to me because of that. And there are certain addictions that we have. Free yourselves from all that. There are certain things that you think if you didn't do them, you were not going to be the kind of person you are. And they take money. I don't mean addictions like drugs, that kind of thing. But some people take alcohol. I don't. I'm saved. Born again. So if this business of you have to drink all this stuff, I think you need to reduce because that stuff takes a lot of money. Okay? I think we can leave this. Oh, okay. Please, these are the don'ts I have seen. Do not easily get angry with people who ask you about your retirement status, who can't recognize you at functions. please, recently, the Archbishop of Church of Uganda, His Grace, visited Western Kore Diocese, and I was invited and I went there. So the master of ceremony, he's my friend, he's a PhD holder doctor. I don't know what happened to him. He introduced people. I was seated in front. I was looking at the man like this. I don't know what happened. He introduced RDCs, he introduced he actually even introduced the OC of that village. And he never introduced me. Chagwa, please accept these things. You will die. End up dying because you are not recognized, because young people are abusing you on Twitter, or Kadiyesebo, and many of these things. Ignore. Do not show signs of despair to friends. Do not. Okay? People ask me lots of money. Oyinayo million nga nsanvu. Nsanvu. I don't have. But I don't tell them I don't have. You know, it is here, it is doing this and this and this. So I can't mobilize it all together. Okay? So, don't show mpamafutange nemuchalo. Where do people get it from who never went to offices like you? Please, do not blow your savings through getting. Yesterday I was talking about people who get their gratuity, and they think this gratuity is too much. Some get 20 million. You can imagine a police constable, how much money is he going to get? Probably 20 million. And he goes home with 20 million. First thing, he gets another wife. Echisoka okadi. So how do you balance these things? So you blow up your money. Okay? Do not neglect your estates or supervise it yourself. And this one I can tell you, I think in every month I have to drive and go to my small farm and look at the things that I didn't do. It's very important. You go home, they tell you milk brought this, matoke brought this. And it's important we need to start these things early. Because these things of hardware, you can have money from your matoke, from your farm. And you need to start now. I'm not talking about after you have left office. Please do now. This is the time. Do not neglect your appearance. Gwe omanyi okuritayaringa nenga tonegwa olubege. It's not nice. Yes. Put in some, look nice, you know. And people, of course, they will say, hey, chirabaka office yariye ku expressing kati. You see you have not added anything, but somebody is telling you, office expressing and katolabeka bulungi onyirira. But thanks God, glory be to God, if that is what they think. And do not lose your former working friends and acquaintances. Force yourself. I choose my words. Force yourself. Because the moment you leave office. Yesterday I was telling the Registrar General here that at one time I got more than 200 calls a night. It happened. Women were being murdered in Wakiso, in Entebbe. I was the public relations officer of the police. And I was getting calls from all over the world. What is happening in Uganda? Even the people here, they wanted to know, but are you in charge? There's a general who called me and said, but Kasinje, between you and me, you people, are you in charge? It was bad. It was that bad. But time comes when you have to wake up at 3 to go and check on your phone whether you were charging and power is not off. Because how can I reach at 3, at 4? Nobody has called me. Chichechi genda mass. Nobody calls you. Nobody wants you. Yes. Nobody wants you. You are in the past. Nobody wants you. You call your friends, they think you want this and that and that and that. And sometimes you can force yourself. That's why I said I choose my words. Force yourself and be able to get acquaintance, if not new acquaintances. In conclusion, this retirement is part of human development and growth. Sooner or later it will come. And what has an exit what has an entry has an exit. Now, instead of leading us to another grave, we need really to prolong it. Yesterday I was saying government normally gives you 75 years. That after 75 years, we don't need to pay this man pension. What does it mean? That they expect you to have died. Why don't we live and the government has to look for more money to pay us when we are 80, 90, 100? This is what I'm talking about. We need to check our health. We need to do exercises. This morning I ran 5 kilometers. I used to run 15 kilometers. We can do exercises and we need to start early. You will collapse and die. So we need to start early and enjoy ourselves and live longer. And we need to connect with God. Yes, we need to connect with the family. Master, you remember yesterday I told you that for the first time I started calling my wife Honey. And the first time she says, what have you called me? And I told her, no, there's no one who's teaching me those things. But I wanted to connect because I had lost them. I had lost the family. I had lost these children. I go home, I sit, they go to their bedrooms. Until when I had to sit them down and say, look, I'm your dad. If I go, will you be happy? So they now check on me. They check on me. I call Buzukuru, I talk to them on WhatsApp, call video. I feel good. We need to be close to our close-knit social groups, ensure that we have some money. We have a saying in our language, you have to make sure that you have some money in your pocket and do not become a burden to others. All these are going to come because you have planned. I don't know whether what I have said has added on something, and it will help you in ensuring that even now, tomorrow you can wake up and you find yourself out of the office. So we need to start planning. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Afande, we shall hold you here for like 3 minutes. Some of us may want clarity or they have questions. We shall take them before we have the closing remarks. Any questions for Afande? Yes, Mr. Stephen.
Thank you, Afande Kasinji, for such an encouraging talk. I just wanted to ask you what happened to the 10 trucks. Because you kind of, I cannot imagine 10 trucks, Maguru Kumis, because that should have been a huge loss if at all you lost them. But I just wanted to know what happened to them. And also, not all of us are employed. Some of us retired a long time ago. We are in private business, for example. How do we manage to prepare for that retirement where there's no pension, there's nothing like that? Is it there anyway?
Okay, thank you so much. To be honest with you, I think COVID-19, if anybody was not affected by COVID-19, then I don't know. That period of 2 years wiped off the tracks. And you remember, mine was a unique business where they said that construction can go on. So it was allowed. Now, these drivers took advantage of that. Here they are telling you they didn't get work. But the actual truth is they are working, right? And you reach a point where you fold up because you have to buy tires, you have to buy this, you have to do a lot of things. That is majorly one of the reasons why the trucks went. The other one was that the priorities I was telling you, that I was saying, you know, why did I thrive in transport business? I think everyone has an edge or an opportunity, okay? It's very easy for a police officer to thrive in transport business. I will not go any further. I will stop there. But now I was beginning to see myself out. Now, how am I going to maintain that business where the business is actually a business in court, is actually a business of paying express penalty and all these other things. So I said, let me sell them. They are even getting older. And the money, I put them into something. And part of the money is that business I've told you about. Yes. And 200 million, by the way, you think it's like one truck. You have sold like 5 old trucks. And they went. Right? So I think there are certain businesses that can be done at a certain age. If you are 60 years of age, there are certain businesses you should not go into. You need to be able to supervise the business. Yes, you put people, but there is some kind of... I'm now MD of Tayari Security. Now, that is something I understand. And I'm growing at a very fast rate. Okay? Yeah, I don't fear to say that because I pay taxes properly and RG, I'm not going into insolvency. That one I will not go into insolvency. And I ask anyone who wants to invest in that business, by the way, I am a consultant, you come, you pay me some little money, I will tell you what to do. It is a business that you will get money. There's no question about that. Once you have the right people in the right places. But transport. Yeah. At my age, the other time a driver disappears with your money and you just on recall, Oliwa, nkwagala mu office yange, mu dakiika 3. And he comes. Yes. If he delays, you say, hey, olowooza tebamanyi gy'oli. They will come and pick you wherever you are. And it will take me something like an hour to locate you where you are. And they believe that you can do that. They will come. Now you imagine now, you're like I am now. Ahasebo, mudakiika 3 nkwagala. And he's like, sure. Mde wafe buddu. Mpozi bw'oba onsanga eno. This is what is going to happen. So you need really to start leveraging on the kind of businesses that you do, that you can be able to manage. Yeah. The other question, I thought that is part of what I was saying, but the other angle I didn't understand it well. I didn't understand your second.
You talk about pension and all that. I said that most of us here are lawyers, accountants.
Or you don't have the pension?
We don't have the pension.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering what it will be like, at least for you people, there is some pension. So there's more need for us probably to prepare earlier.
Yes. Yes, we get pension, I get pension. And it comes pretty early. But it's half of what you used to get. And whenever I used to tell people that an AIGP earns 2.4 million shillings, 2.4 million shillings, they used to think that I was just, I'm a joker. Okay? But so pension is 1.2. That one comes, and I will enjoy it until when I'm no more. Okay? But what's 1.2? That's why we are saying that in addition to this kind of entitlements and some benefits that we get in office, we must have started planning to do certain things. You must do them. And this little money that you get, also the way we give it out, it is important. Then we start something. Okay? I know wedding meetings, 3 million. That was my level. Yes, 3 million, 2 million, if I don't know you well. Okay? 1.5, I have to really apologize. Munange sente zibuze naye kwatirawo nawe ebintu biraba si birungi. But now you call me in a wedding meeting. There's one day called me in a Uma showground, and then I said 500,000. And there were some 2 girls seated behind me. They thought I was not listening. In Urinyankore, ogutaka sinjeshi. And the other one said, "Ye kanuwe kashika ya hem twara atano." Don't worry. Just give according to how you are. Okay.
Let's clap for Afande Hassan. For sure, if any one of us is not scared, then you're either a good planner or you're a planned kid. Because, Afande, I am your #1 fan of the unpopular opinion on Twitter, on X. And I would encourage those who are on X to follow Afande and take interest in his unpopular opinion. I think he released like 1 or 2 a day. It should be 1 or 2 a day. And he speaks to you. If you're human, he speaks to you. At least out of the 5, 2 will be about you. And I think that's what he has just given us now. That we forget about our lives. We keep working for URSB. Every morning you wake up, you have to rush, you have to go and bash with the practitioners here who don't want to renew their PCs. Afande, thank you very much. Maybe to tell our good audience, I must appreciate you. You have been a good audience today and for keeping with us until this time. Afande's book is out. I have read it. I'm almost, I think I'm like 75% done. And I feel like I'm already retiring and happy. So I've learned a lot from that book. There are copies of his book outside. We also have copies of the book for Dr. Abdul Salam about restructuring. Learning never ends. It is endless. So if you could pick a copy for yourself, during that free moment, you could have a read. I want to pass on a few announcements before I invite the Registrar General through one of our directors to give closing remarks. I've talked about the books. There are books, very educative books outside. You could grab yourself a copy. Those who could have missed registration, please make sure you register. We are glad, and I would like to appreciate, he has already left, but I would like to appreciate ISPAO for accrediting this conference with 7 CPD hours. I would also like to appreciate Law Council for awarding this conference 3 CLE hours. So all of you who have attended and registered your attendance here, you will be awarded or credited with those hours of continuous education in your different professions. So please make sure that you registered. And then from my office, this is a kind reminder to all insolvency practitioners, those having matters that are running and you have not renewed your registration for 2023, you are kindly reminded that you are practicing illegally. If you were appointed and you haven't renewed your license to practice as an insolvency practitioner, you're doing that illegally. You're supposed to resign from that office or renew. I know after this, after the closing remarks, I will not have a chance to talk after my boss. So I would also like to tell you that we have something small for us on our way home. We have tea for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Mr. Antale Mustafa, our Director in our Director of Business Registration, who is going to give remarks on behalf of the Registrar General. Mr. Antale Mustafa is also an expert in insolvency. You're most welcome, sir.
Distinguished participants, I will stand on the protocol which has been read out since morning. Good evening. My name is Intade Mustafa, as rightly introduced. I'm Director Business Registration, but I formerly served as Director Insolvency, still at URSB. And I worked with Hamid, probably that's why he's still confused about my title. He hasn't believed that I left. I believe the choice, I'm here as a delegate of the Registrar General. I also want to believe that she specifically selected me because it is approaching iftari time, so I shouldn't prolong the closing remarks, and indeed I will not prolong such remarks. But to appreciate all of you for really being a wonderful audience and honoring our invitation and attending for the whole day. You have been here. I know it's not, we don't really take that for granted. You have sacrificed a lot from your busy schedules, so we appreciate your dedication for attending this conference. And I would request that we all clap for ourselves. I also appreciate all the presenters from morning up to evening, the time. I know if you have made presentations, for us who enjoy them from a distance, we see just 10, 15 slides, but it normally takes weeks of preparation. So we appreciate the time you have put in coming up with these presentations, the level of preparation you have demonstrated. You didn't really come here to waste our time. It were fruitful deliberations. We appreciate you so much, and we believe that we should be having you more on future occasions. Again, I request that you appreciate them with a hand clap. I appreciate the URSB team, of course led by our board members, the Registrar General, and now specifically the insolvency team. Robert has been in the kitchen. Robert is our Director Insolvency. I don't know whether he's in the building right now. Yes, he's standing there. We appreciate you so much for hosting us for this conference. We also appreciate Frida Nayevale. She has been the chairperson of the organizing committee. So on their behalf and on behalf of the entire team, whatever has gone wrong, please pardon us. Wherever we have excelled, they have done a wonderful job, and we hope that they'll continue doing the same. I appreciate our partners. PwC, my brother, I met him like a month ago, and I raised the complaint with him that traditionally URSB has worked with PwC. I even mentioned the names of persons whom we used to directly work with. I am happy that you immediately picked it up, and now we're having you as partners for this conference. ENS, same story. We have been working with them for a long time. I'm also happy that actually they took up this and they have been part of us. And traditional, as URSB, we have worked with so many partners. I know one time a law firm had to fly in like 2 presenters from US and UK at their own cost. Now the prayer I make, not that URSB is insolvent, but because we respect partnerships, come and work together. Yes, so it shouldn't be PwC, ENS. I'll be happy to hear about another law firm taking part in the next year's Insolvency Conference, and indeed we are open to such partnerships. Finally, I appreciate our service providers. We have a technical team behind there. Most of us, when you see the sounds not going off, we have the online audience, which we also appreciate so much. It is that technical team which is responsible for the excellent service which we are receiving. I know we hadn't mentioned you since morning, but we appreciate that you are doing very well, and you haven't frustrated us. You have not frustrated us in any way. The hotel has also been very good to us. I believe for those of you who fast at night, you must have had a nice time during lunchtime. And I know for us who fast during the day, we should also enjoy our session in the next few hours. Of course, it has been a learning experience. And you'll allow me share the insolvency journey. And when I look at the quality of discussions which are taking place right now, I remember the first insolvency conference which we organized as URSB was in 2016. I think we had less than 50 participants from lawyers and accountants. Probably because people didn't have an idea of what we are going to talk about. This time, I'm really happy to see having oversubscription for an annual insolvency conference. It hasn't happened by accident. I noticed because of the constant engagements we have had, and also our dedication on our side as URSB, but also on your side as insolvency practitioners, to have this subject really understood by all stakeholders. So I see a lot of growth. There's still a lot of potential. Traditionally, you used to talk about basic stuff, how to wind up a company, how do you sign a resolution to wind up, really basic things. But now when we sit here and we are talking about fourth industrial revolution and how it can help us turn around corporate entities, I really look behind and I really feel proud that indeed we are moving insolvency to the next level and for the benefit of our economy. So we appreciate all of you for the continuous support you have given us, not only for this particular conference, but also for the previous conferences we have had. Of course, when we continue working together, we should be able to see insolvency practice grow. A good number of you are not registered as insolvency practitioners. I know by the time we started registering, the first year we had 26 insolvency practitioners. Now you are over 100 insolvency practitioners registered and actually doing productive work. So we really appreciate that growth that has come in. On our part, as URSB, we commit to continue working with you to grow this area of practice. We commit to simplify our processes further. I know you are aware of the most recent amendments on the Companies Act and Insolvency Act, which basically one of the driving factors was how to simplify the insolvency processes. A good number of you had turned down instructions to wind up companies because the process is too complicated. So we had to really do some kind of process realignment, and indeed we will continue to do so. We're also looking at automating insolvency processes as URSB. I know we have started with business registration. It has its own challenges. Today it is not for OBRS, today is for insolvency. And OBRS issues have been picking them as AOB for this conference. So we look forward to really growing this area of practice to much greater heights and also grow the practice together. We are seeing great developments. Dr. Waiso has published a book. I think really it may be the second or third book, textbook on insolvency in Uganda. We are seeing URSP coming up with a journal. All these developments are geared towards having this area of practice developed. I know we are we'll have a training, an aftercare support training in the next 3 weeks, and the teams will be contacting some of you as participants, and of course we'll also look forward to partnering with you. We promise to have more of these engagements, God willing. In 2025, we shall host our 8th annual Insolvency Conference, and I pray that I see you in 2025 for the 8th annual Insolvency Conference. With that, I wish to declare this engagement closed, and I wish you a good afternoon and safe journeys home. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to stand up and have the official closure by singing the national anthem and the East African anthem. The East African anthem first.